Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first championship regatta of the season, the Rowing New South Wales All Schools Regatta, the first of two this weekend with the Sprint Championships underway out here in Penrith tomorrow morning. We've just got underway with our first race of the day, the Year 10 Quad Sculls, the first of 57 races in this morning's program, and the first of First of 116 races throughout today's program, heading all the way through to the school mixed dates later on this afternoon, or possibly even could be referred to as this evening. My name's Chris McCarthy. I'll be taking you through the first few races of this morning. I will be joined by my co-commentator Lizzie Chapman shortly. But we are underway with the first race of the day, the first of two heats in the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. 7 crews out on the course in this first heat. Canberra Grammar over in lane 2. Canberra Grammar with 2 crews present in this particular heat. Their number 3 crew, Pass, Statius, Grimland, Jones and Anderson Moore over in station 2. And they're competing right up at the front of the field. But Cranbrook with their number 3 crew in lane 3, Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, St Augustine's in 5, Cranbrook in 6. As we see that Newcastle Grammar crew coming through almost a length in front at the first timing point, the 500 metre mark. So it's Cranbrook in lane 6, Barker number 2 in lane 7, Canberra Grammar in lane 8, and Newcastle Grammar on the near side of the course in lane 9. So through the 500, we had on our timing screen there, maybe just a double hit of the button for the Canberra Grammar 2 crew, but Newcastle Grammar in the lead at the 500 metre mark, Canberra Grammar number 2, and then Canberra Grammar number 3. Cranbrook, their 2 crew, just leading their 3 crew. The second Newcastle Grammar crew on the near side of the course, sitting in 6th, then Barker and St Augustine's at that first timing point. So a little bit of a different format in the quads racing here at the All Schools Championships, where we will progress based on time. It was an idea so great that World Rowing have adopted it for their repechauges this year over the major international regattas. But essentially, rather than sort of top 3 or top 4 crews progressing to the final, the top 9 times across all the heats in any of the quad events today will progress through to the A final, the next 9 times to the B final, the next 9 times to the C final, and so on, so forth. And then there are medals for first, second, and third in all of those finals. So what that means is that maybe a smaller program that only fields a couple of quads can race against a bigger program, and wherever they sit, you know, if their first crew is maybe equivalent to a third crew at another school, they're going to race each other in the final, and it means that we get some cracking finals racing in the quad sculls. It is certainly one of the best regattas of the year in that regard, so stay tuned, especially the Year 8s and Year 9s. It is we're really playing for sheep stations. But the crew over in Station 4 rather, from Newcastle Grammar have just extended their lead through the 1,000 metre mark. Doesn't look like we've got any timing for you at the 1,000, but Newcastle Grammar, then Canberra Grammar on the near side, Canberra Grammar on the far side in lane 2. Cranbrook. The second Newcastle Grammar crew there at the bottom of your picture if you're joining us on the live stream. And hello to all 102 of you who are currently streaming us early in the morning on the live stream. A little bit of an announcement quickly. We do have a car in the P1 car park over here on the island. It's a Hyundai i30 who has left their hazard lights on. The number plate is FJX89Z. I'll say that again, FJX89Z. You've left your hazard lights on, and it is a long day out here, but I'm sure you don't want to make it any longer by having to wait for the NRMA to come and give you a jump start at the close of proceedings at about 6:30 or whatever it is this evening. So possibly just go and have a look at that if you've got a Hyundai i30 over in the P1 car park. So we've got some gorgeous conditions for racing out here at the moment in Penrith. 20 degrees and not a breath of wind. The ever-reliable old Bureau of Meteorology website that I've got open on my computer is telling me 0 km/h winds and gorgeous conditions for racing. I wish I could say it's going to hang around, but we are forecast to reach around 33 and some pretty strong headwind conditions later on this afternoon. So really separate out the tough in this afternoon's racing when we get to the 8s. And even in the singles, it's going to be pretty tough conditions out there. But these Year 10 quads certainly not having to contend with anything quite like that, as Newcastle Grammar only extend the lead that they've had since the 500 metre mark over the 2 Canberra Grammar crews, the 2 Cranbrook crews, and the second Newcastle Grammar crew look to be making a bid for 5th place in the closing quarter of this race. Of course, even with a lead like this, there's no telling what times the next heat will do. And the heats are seeded in accordance with a school's internal rankings. So this first heat is mostly 2nd and 3rd crews within a school's own program. And the next heat, and that is the case with all of these crews, they're all 2nd or 3rd Year 10 quads. And then in the next heat, we've got all of the 1st Year 10 quads. So they're likely to be a little bit quicker. So this Newcastle Grammar crew, who are leading the race quite comfortably, can't afford to take their foot off the pedal at the moment if they want to get through to the A final. Canberra Grammar on the near side certainly not taking their foot off the pedal as they wind home towards the line. But I don't think it'll be quite enough room left in the track to overcome this dominant early lead from Newcastle Grammar. A lot of length and a lot of rhythm there. Not rating particularly high, but they don't need to. And it will be this Newcastle Grammar crew: Daniel Vesey, Aston Myers, Connor Scott, Charlie Martin, Joking G, coached by Harper Timms, Jack Hanley and Jenna Order, who take out the opening race of the day. Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew there in lane 8 across the line in 2nd. Their number 3 crew holding off a late charge from Cranbrook. So Canberra Grammar number 3 there in 3rd. Cranbrook hang on for 4th. And the second Newcastle Grammar crew, they've come through in the shadow of the post here to take 5th place away from the 3rd Cranbrook crew there on the far side of the course. And then it will be Barker College in Station 7 and the St Augustine's crew in Station 5, who will round out this first heat of the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. And with that, I'll like to welcome to the commentary box, say good morning to my co-commentator Lizzie Chapman.
Good morning. And how are you?
I'm good, Lizzie.
What a great atmosphere here. It's pumping out there in the boat park. Pumping.
Regatta has
They're
grown.
Frothing.
They're frothing. They're frothing, Lizzie.
It's going to be a great day. It really is. Yeah. So the first heat of the day, the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, has just finished with a win there for Newcastle Grammar School. Second across the line, Canberra Grammar 2. Third was Cranbrook Grammar 3. Fourth, Cranbrook 2. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar. Sixth was Cranbrook 3. Oh, hold on, I've got something wrong way round there. And 8th, Barker College, 9th, St Augustine's, and the Cranbrook 4 crew had scratched. The winning time was 7 minutes 19:11, quite a nice decent time there for first thing in the morning. The second heat is now underway, and in lane 2 we have Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar 1. In lane 4, Barker College 1. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy 1. In lane 6, Cranbrook 1. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar stroked by Campbell Williams, and in lane 8, St Augustine's 1.
Yeah, so you mentioned the times there, Lizzie. So Rowing New South Wales this season proudly supported by Billigence, global data and analytics consultancy, to provide our digital youth insights leaderboard, and that has given us the fastest times in the Schoolboy quad throughout the season thus far, which is currently held by, is in the senior Schoolboy quads. It is held by Kinross Walleroy. However, this next Kinross crew that we're seeing in the second race of McDonald, Zinger, Bell and Robinson. A very similar combination holds the sixth fastest time, 7:04 from a couple of weeks ago on the Billigence Digital Youth Insights leaderboard. That's available up on the Rowing New South Wales social media channels if you want to check that one out. I wouldn't say, with the conditions we're expecting this afternoon, that we're going to see any times tumble on that season-long leaderboard, but if there's a chance to do it, it's going to be early on this morning. And this Kinross crew, with a very quick first 500, they were 5 seconds quicker to the first timing point than the first heat, and coming through the 1,500 metre mark now with about a clear water between their stern and the bow of Canberra Grammar, and then some way back as well to, so they were about 20 seconds quicker to the 1,500 metre mark. So if they can keep that up, they might actually get a time on that leaderboard. Canberra Grammar, then Barker, third through the 1,500. And St Augustine's and Cranbrook. So it will be interesting to see how the final is, or how the progression to the final looks after this, because the winning time in that first heat, 7:19, then 7:28, and it looks like those two times might just get them into the A final if some of the trailing crews in this second heat continue on that sort of projected speed.
Yep, so if you've just arrived at the regatta, just explaining then that in the quad races, this first race is just school against school, looking for a time, and then rather than a position, and then the fastest will go through to the A final, the next fastest group will go to the B final, etc., and those races will be raced this afternoon. So in our second heat now, we have the crew from Kinross Wallaroi in the lead, over the crew from Canberra Grammar, and then Barker being challenged now by St Augustine's, who are coming through, very fast finish, coming through in the lane closest to the grandstand. That St Augustine's crew is Connor Buchanan, Jasper Moy, Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan. They're coxed by Ian Guillaume and coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungemach.
So Kinross just maybe winding down a little bit, but they're still posted the quickest time of the event, 7:02 across the line. Just 3 seconds back, so a bit under a length to Canberra Grammar in the end, but I don't think Kinross were full noise there across the line. Barker third.
Looking very neat under their new head coach, Donovan Seck.
Yeah, big moves there, and a program that has really grown on the last couple of years. They've got
under Sarah
massive
Ellis,
numbers.
Really has, yeah.
It's a very big school.
Yes, and it's great that they've got a good rowing program. Cranbrook coming across in 5th position, Newcastle Grammar finishing in 6th. And then across to the Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 2. So just reconfirming in the second heat, the placings were first to Kinross Wallaroi, second to Canberra Grammar 1, third Barker College 1, fourth St Augustine's 1, fifth Cranbrook 1, sixth Newcastle Grammar, and 7th Hunter Valley Grammar. The winning time 7 minutes 2.01, the margins 3.18, 13.3. Now we are moving to the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad sculls. And again, we're looking for times for people to progress through to finals. In lane 1, we have St Catherine's 6. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar 5th. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli 5th. In lane 4, St Catherine's 5th. In lane 5, Redlands 5th. In lane 6, Tara School 3. In lane 7, St Catherine's 3. In lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar 3. And in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst 3. This is a race over 1,000 metres, over 2,000 metres, which will be a relief to the Askham parents who are in the 500 metre timing hut, doing it for the first time. It's therefore a free start. So at the 2,000 metre end, we've got pontoons with people holding on to the stern of the boat. But here at the 1,000 metre mark, we're lining up the bows. So there is an aligner there, just getting those bow balls all aligned, and then he'll say, or she will say, go, and they'll race off from a free start.
Yeah, it's a little bit, can be a little bit challenging when it gets a bit windier. It certainly can be challenging for our volunteers, and then it's of course challenging to the athletes. Most of these girls have had a couple of cracks at this now over the last few weeks. We've had a few school regattas, but I think notably the girls coming up from Canberra, they would have had a crack at it on Lake Burleigh Griffin, but not at here up at the International Regatta Centre, where I would imagine a little bit easier, but a few more crews to wrangle. And you'll notice there, if you're joining us on the live stream, hello to all 126 of you that are currently joining us on the live stream, that sometimes the races don't start bang on the 1,000-metre mark, because it is easier to get the trailing crews to move up to the leading crews. So if someone does go a little bit over the starting line, then it is easy to get crews to come up rather than have them back it down. So sometimes we'll start a little bit ahead, and it won't always be perfect. But our, especially with conditions like this early on in the morning, it should be pretty good. Just waiting for that last crew.
And of course, it's Year 8 quads. So these are actually girls who are currently in Year 7, who will be moving into Year 8 next year. We call the event according to the age they're going to be when we get to Schoolgirl head of the river, so the pointy end of the season. And as Chris mentioned earlier, this is our first championship event of the season. Great opportunity to get a hit out, have a look at crew combinations, and also for these newbies to learn the ropes. So we're hoping that the umpires and boat race officials will be patient with them as they, as a number of these will be racing for the first time. We wish them well. So they're off and running. In the closest to the camera, if you're watching the big screen, is the crew from Loretto Normanhurst of Ada Golding, Lily Sam, Ebony Bornstein, Nikita Duff, and Ashley Saber coxing. They're coached by Chris McCarthy here with us, and Jessica Lenahan. Good start as well, Chris. In lane 8 next to them, Canberra Girls Grammar School with Madeline Muniz, Airlie Keane, Lydia Kolak, and Elizabeth Krismanitz, who are coxed by Lucia Wildman. St Catherine's 3 are in lane 7, Mabel Jameson, Zaria Lonergan, Sophie Hollis, and Josephine Rolfe, coxed by Ellie Maxwell and coached by Maddie Mannins. In lane 6, Tara School 3 with Tanya Moroguerra, Shilan Onku, Lauren Genk, Amalia Hussain, coxed by Adita Kumar and coached by Kit Hartley and Orlando Denton. Lovely to see some new coach names coming through. Redlands 5 are in lane 5. Sophia Georgatos, Claire Wendon, Tatum Bannister and Ella Rose Young, coxed by Abigail Cairns. In lane 4, St Catherine's 5, Eva Lewis, Ella Smith, Abigail McLaren and Elsa Clark-Yago, coxed by Charlotte Rosenthal and coached by Sarah Tisdall. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 5, Harriet Stanton, Annabelle Fisk, Millie Scott, Ava Maria Iancono, coxed by Lucia Bartlam and coached by Alyssa Fickers. In lane 2, from Canberra Girls Grammar, their 5th crew of Lexi Eagleton, Samara Chung, Vivian Shen and Zara Pai, coxed by Cordelia Valentine. And St Catherine's 6 in lane 1 with Evie Bayliss, Lily Corkill, Valentina Squadrito, Paige Tainton and Amalia Carvin, coached by Sarah Berretry.
So crews starting to come towards the 500-metre mark now. We'll get an update sort of on proceedings and how we're progressing. Look to me like the crews on the near side of the course there, Canberra Girls Grammar and Tara and hopefully for me, my Loretto Normanhurst crew there, right up amongst things, and that is exactly how it is. So Canberra Girls Grammar leading Loretto Normanhurst by just the narrowest of margins, and Tara sitting back in 3rd at that first timing point. Of course, as we explained earlier, but if you're just joining us, the top 9 times across all, I believe, 6 heats of the 7 heats of the these Year 8 quads, the top 9 times progress through to the A final, the next 9 times to the B final, etc., etc., etc. So it does mean, so even though there's a bit of a mix of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th crews in this heat, it means that they'll all be racing crews of a really similar standard by the time they get to the final, and it means we get some absolutely cracking racing, and it's really good for maybe a smaller program or a newer program to come and be really competitive in a final and have the chance to get up on the podium and get a medal where they otherwise maybe wouldn't in any event. And yes, a little bit of drama there for the Canberra Girls Grammar crew who were leading. Maybe just a small crab or a little bit of steering going on there, and I think that might have just opened the door for the girls from Normo on the near side of the course. And I'm unashamedly biased. This is my crew that I coach, who haven't minded that I've jumped up into the commentary box for this race. So I'll be departing after the next race to go and get them off the water and hopefully give them a good, big congratulations, as they seem to have done a pretty good job in this race. And another little issue there for Canberra Girls Grammar, and Tara now starting to pounce and look like they might just be in second, but the Canberra Girls Grammar crew on the far side of the course as well in lane 2, also right up there in the hunt for a top 3 finish in this first heat of the Year 8 Quad Sculls. So Loretto Normanhurst streaking ahead here in the shadows of the post. That's Ada Golding, Lily Sam, Ebony Bornstein, Nikita Duff, and Ashley Sava, the coxswain. And they'll take the first win in the Year 8 Quad Heats. There's Loretto Normanhurst from Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side. That's their number 5 crew, who finished second.
Is that
Tara in third. And Canberra Girls Grammar crew, a little equipment issue there across the line. Then third crew there in lane 8 in fourth. And tight for fifth between Loretto Kirribilli and St Catherine's. Both crews just coming a little bit unstuck across the line, and I think it'll just be St Catherine's. Maybe despite some steering across the line, I think St Catherine's just over Kirribilli. And then the next St Catherine's crew also maybe just having a couple of struggles here, but doing their best to secure themselves 7th in this race. And of course the times do matter. Anything can happen in these Year 8 Quad Sculls. There's the St Catherine's 5th crew there in lane number 4, who will cross the line 7th. Redlands in 8th, and the last St Cat's crew there on the far side in 9th. A fully subscribed race as with 9 crews, as most of these Schoolgirl Year 8 quads are. And 4:23, the opening time in the heats. So that being the time to beat for the rest of these crews if they want to book themselves spots in the final. Heat number 2 coming at us thick and fast. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 2, Redlands in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, St Catherine's lane 6, Sydney Girls lane 7, and Roseville in lane 8. These are all 4th quads as ranked within their own programs. So should be some fairly close racing, between the crews out on the course here in the second of 7 heats. You see there, the other Loretto Normanhurst crew there. Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Abby Kane, Macy Palmer, Lucy Giblin, the coxswain, coached by Jess Lenahan on the screen there. They look right up in the hunt, although at this stage it looks pretty tight across the field. 7 crews in this second heat, and certainly pretty close between all crews still in contention for the win in this heat, and that'll be good for their times because close racing will often produce quicker times. I think the crew maybe 3rd from the far side from Canberra Girls Grammar. Zara Watts, Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Isabella Campbell, Rebecca Elisha, the coxswain, who might just be doing the best of things, or the Roseville crew on the near side of the course. So it is it's Loretto Normanhurst on the far side of the course, who are leading from Roseville on the near side, and Canberra Girls Grammar at this stage of the race. 2:10 through the 500, reasonably quick for these 4th quads. And certainly would be a good improvement for the Roseville crew. Roseville absolutely dominating the Year 8s at the last couple of regattas, or at least in the top few crews. The 4th crew showing good improvement here this weekend to be up at the pointy end of the field. So it's between Roseville and Loretto Normanhurst as we approach sort of the last 300 metres of this 1,000-metre race, this second heat of the Year 8 quad sculls. And Canberra Girls Grammar still challenging our leading two crews. And I think Roseville on the near side made a good move through the middle of the race. A little bit of disaster there for the Loretto Kirribilli crew, who looked to have maybe just had an equipment issue and just being guided back into their lane by our fantastic volunteer boat race officials who do such a great job out here at all the Rowing New South Wales regattas and all of the school regattas as well, and who work very, very hard and sometimes very testing conditions out on the water. Not particularly testing conditions this morning though. Calm, 20 degrees, gorgeous, gorgeous conditions out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Roseville putting on a good shift in the closing stages here. A few looks across there just to check where they're at. They're ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar and hunting down Loretto Normanhurst, but I think the Normo girls are going to do enough here to hang on and take a second consecutive win in the Year 8 quad sculls. So expect them to be maybe in slightly higher finals than a fourth crew would expect, but good job there. And across the line, take the win by a good couple of lengths. Tight for second here. There's pretty much everyone looking out the boat checking where their competitors are at, but Canberra Girls Grammar just narrowly over Roseville. And Redlands in fourth place. Sydney Girls High, a little way back, leading our last three crews across the line. They'll cross in fifth from St Cath's and Loretto Kirribilli. And with that one, I'm going to go and get my crew off the water, Lizzie.
Right,
and I'm going to leave Lizzie.
Congratulations to them for such a good race.
For just a little bit, I'll leave Lizzie to man the commentary box by herself. And I'll be back a little bit later with the wonderful Ben Homer after he finishes getting his Newcastle Grammar crew down the course in a couple of minutes' time.
Everyone's multitasking at this. I think the first championship has crept up on everyone, hasn't it?
Exactly. Well, I'll see you soon, Lizzie.
So our second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull is completed by Loretto Lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli crossing the line. So they took 7th position, 6th was St Catherine's 4, 5th was Sydney Girls 4, 4th was Redlands 4, 3rd was Roseville 4, 2nd was Canberra Girls Grammar 4, and 1st was Loretto Normanhurst 4 in a time of 4 minutes 22.93, so just a shade faster than the previous heat, which had mainly the 5th crews in it. So we're well into our next race, which is the 3rd heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2, we have Roseville College 3. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 3. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls 3. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar School 3. In lane 6, Sydney Girls High School 3, and in lane 7, Redlands 3. And as they came through the halfway mark, it was Roseville 3 across in lane 2 who were taking the lead. So again, this is a heat where all the 3rd crews are in together, and we're looking for those with the fastest time to progress through to a particular final, and it will go A, B, C, etc. down the page. We have 7 heats, so we're just coming up to halfway through. So Roseville 3 continuing to lead at the 500-metre mark, but hot on their heels. Sydney Girls 3 and Redlands 3. Currently sitting in 4th position, only about a length behind Loretto Kirribilli, then Canberra Grammar School and North Sydney Girls. And coming into the closing stages of the race, still a good performance from Roseville, looking very neat and together indeed, and great effort from everybody else trying to in these closing stages of the race. Coming into the line, Roseville continue to lead, but their lead is being narrowed by a fast finishing crew from Redlands. So first, Roseville, second, Redlands, third, Sydney Girls High, and fourth, the Loreto Kirribilli third crew. Fifth will be, by the looks of things, Canberra Girls Grammar. Yep, and sixth will be the North Sydney Girls High School crew. Winning time for Canberra Girls Grammar School, Roseville, 4 minutes 25.76, and it was just a 1.49 difference, second difference between them and Redlands. Sydney Girls a further 4.44 seconds behind. 0.88 back to Canberra Grammar and North Sydney Girls. Our sixth heat of the 7 is underway. In lane 2, we have Sydney Girls 2. In lane 3, St Catherine's 2. In lane 4, PLC Sydney 2. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli 2. In lane 6, Barker College 2. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar 2. In the lead, Canberra Girls Grammar 2. In lane 7, closest to the grandstand, the crew of Imogen McDowell, Clara Duke, Olivia Smith, and Irene Lee, coxed by Georgina Banks. So they're in the lead, and it's Loreto Kirribilli sitting in second place, the crew of Phoebe Holt, Genevieve Nees, Mila Sardi, Maddie Manchi, coxed by Rose Middleton and coached by Zoe Bond. And then across to the third placed crew, which is the crew from St Catherine's of Abigail Weber Hernandez, Phoebe Ruane, Georgina Moylan, Lucy Brown, and their cox Harlow Jones, coached by Sam Fennessy. Oh, so the Loreto Kirribilli crew, and again, these are relatively inexperienced rowers, although they're rowing really well, just had a little bit of a shipwreck, and so the St Catherine's crew has taken the initiative and pushed through, but Loreto Kirribilli, heads down, legs pushing hard, have managed to make up a lot of that distance, so it's wonderful. Although they'll finish third, what a great experience that will help them in the final. These things happen, and it's not the fact that it happens, it's how you deal with it, and they've dealt with it really well. The crew on the far side from Sydney Girls coming in fourth position, and fifth the crew from Barker College, and then it's back to our young crew from PLC Sydney. The winning time for Canberra Girls Grammar School in that fourth heat, unofficially, 4 minutes 12.14, so significantly faster than any of the heats so far. St Catherine's were 9 seconds slower, and then it was 0.81 to Loreto Kirribilli, so that shows how quickly you can make up time once you get the legs on. As our PLC Sydney crew come to the close of the fourth heat, the fifth heat has started. In this one, on the far side, we have Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls. In lane 4, Redlands. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst 2. And in lane 6, Roseville 2. And again, Roseville have got off to a great start. That's the crew of Eloise Winkler, Mia Darcy, Josie Harris, and Delaria Ruberto, coxed by Amelia Firth and coached by Charlie Griebel. Currently sitting in second, looks to me like it's Redlands, the crew of Brielle McNabb, Fleur Peters, Maddie Barnes, and Lily Carey, coxed by Kira Benoliel. sandwiched between the two of them and doing their very best to keep up, the crew from Loretto Normanhurst 2 of Harriet Granger, Elsie Veal, Eve Taylor and Audrey Zhang, coxed by Amelie Boone and coached by Polly Sargent and Daniel Waddell. Then it's across to the crew from Canberra Grammar in lane 2 of Evelyn Fox, Layla Gultaken, Rebecca Pullen and Sienna King, coxed by Georgia McEwen, and then back to a young crew from North Sydney Girls of Ariel Chu, Chloe Gao, Weihan Huang, Mara Yi Chen Dai, coxed by Emily Quinn. But it's Roseville for the win all the way, and they will take that out in this 5th heat in a unofficial time of 4 minutes and 9 seconds. So we really are getting quicker now that we're coming to the top end crews. Oh, it is stroke for stroke between lanes 5 and 4, but it is Redlands in lane 4 that will just snatch 2nd position over Loretto Normanhurst. But what a great last half of the race from Loretto Normanhurst. They just need to do that again in the final. Coming across in 4th, the crew from Canberra Grammar School. So if you've just joined us, just confirming that in the quad races today, we have one initial race, which is racing in your ranking order from your school. So at the moment, we're up to the 2nd cruise from each school, and we will, in the next race, we'll be going to the 1st cruise. So 2 more heats to go. But what will happen is we will take the times from these races and we will then redraw those quads into finals, which will be in speed order. So the A final will have the fastest 6 or 7 crews, maybe 9, and then it'll go to final B, final C, etc. And my understanding is there are gold medals for each of those finals. Great shot there from the umpire's launch on the screen now, showing the 6th heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad sculls. So from the umpire's launch, the lanes are numbered from left to right. And on the far side, on the left-hand lane, we've got Newcastle Grammar School, a crew of Maisie Crosskill, Charlotte Munro, Amy Thomas and Rose Williams, coxed by Doz Martin and coached by Ben Homer. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar School, 1st crew of Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot, Alice Bondietti, Jessica Murphy and Memphis Lynham, coxed by Madison Auger. In lane 3, St Catherine's 1st school, 1st crew of Ava Manmanen, Chloe Gardner, Chloe Anthony and Sarah Smith, coxed by Charlotte Moore and coached by Sophie Costellas. In lane 4, PLC Sydney's 1st crew of Alice Halloran, Emma Lou, Wei Tong Shea, Ruby Dagan and their cox Zara Shadbolt. In lane 5, Tara School, Madeline Ryan, Francesca Bazina, Sophia Jabbour and Annalise Manassa, coxed by Zara Wickremage and coached by Sarah Fard and Kit Hartley. In lane 6, Sydney Girls High School, 1st crew of Kate Yee, Nina Kim, Catherine Nee and Olivia Cheng, coxed by Isabella Chen, coached by Paul Coates, Tim Hughes and Zoe Krakowski. In lane 7, from North Sydney Girls, their 1st crew of Yu Yan Lao, Oishi Dutta, Claire Kim and Angela Chen, coxed by Airy Williams. And in lane 8, from Canberra Grammar School, their 1st crew of Camilla Bremner, Ivy McKay, Canberra Grammar School, Ivy McKay, Raquel Smith, Annalise Cassidy and their cox, Charlotte McCammon. And at the 500 metre mark, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar School 1st crew across in lane 2 that had a almost 10-second lead over St Catherine's 1st crew. Tara School sitting in 3rd, Newcastle Grammar 4th, PLC Sydney 5th, North Sydney Girls 6th. The time to the 500 metre mark was 1:52, and Canberra Girls Grammar just continuing to power their way through to the final. They're going to take out this heat in a very fast time with every intention of not just making the A final, but also to try and win that gold medal overall, bragging rights overall. Following them now, the St Catherine's crew, who are being challenged by PLC Sydney, though it looks like Tara, who have got some equipment problems and have changed lanes, but are valiantly continuing through to the finish, and they will place 3rd. And then 4th will be the crew from Canberra Grammar School that's in lane 8. 5th, back across to lane 1, Newcastle Grammar School. 6th will be our crew from lane 4, PLC Sydney. And 7th will be our crew from, I'm not sure, North Sydney, I think. Anyway, the winning time for Canberra Girls Grammar School, a very impressive 3 minutes 50.18 seconds, a time worthy of Year 9 quads. They had a 21.38 second margin over St Catherine's at the end, and then it was a further 2.84 back to Tara School. Very good effort, Tara, and I hope you managed to clear up your equipment problems, and we'll see you in the finals. Our crew from North Sydney Girls High crossing the line now to qualify for a final later on. And that means we were missing the crew from Sydney Girls. So our final heat is now in progress in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. On the far side, Loreto Kirribilli 1. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 3, Winona. In lane 4, Barker College 1. In lane 5, Redlands 1. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst 1. In lane 7, Roseville 1. And in lane 8, MLC School. And once again, it's the crew from Roseville in the lead. And it looks as though Redlands is currently sitting in second place. Excellent finish from Redlands College here, managing to catch up with Roseville College and now overtaking them. You'll see they've got a much lower rate of striking, but really powerful strokes, managing to hold it together, and that's a key thing about rowing, the teamwork, doing it together. Roseville, very impressive. So it will be a very exciting finish there for Redlands, taking out the heat over Roseville, and I hope they meet again in the final. A 3:56 looks like that winning time there for Redlands, very close behind. Then in third place, Loreto Normanhurst 1. In fourth place, Hunter Valley Grammar School. In fifth, Loreto Kirribilli 1. In sixth, Barker College. In seventh, we'll have MLC School. And in eighth, we'll have Winona. Great to see Winona have a quad on the water. Well done, MLC, you're across the line. You have qualified for a final, and later on, keep an eye on the website so that you can see the race draw for the finals later on. So winning time there was 3:56.61, 0.59 between Redlands and second placed Roseville, and then a further 11.71 seconds back to Loreto Normanhurst. We're moving now to the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Sculls. So these are boys who are currently in Year 7. There are 3 heats, and again, the fastest will progress through to Final A, Final B, Final C. In lane 1, we have Cranbrook 5. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar School 5. In lane 3, Cranbrook 4. In lane 4, Redlands 4. And in lane 5, Canberra Grammar 4. In lane 6, Redlands 3. In lane 7, Canberra Grammar 3. And in lane 8, Cranbrook 3. So again, the race is being held over a distance of 1,000 metres, so that's half of our Olympic distance. Because we're starting from halfway down the course and racing through to the finish line, it's a free start, so nobody's holding them in position. So they've got through the tricky line-up process, and they're now making their way down in the first of our 3 heats in the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Our Cranbrook 3 crew, closest to the grandstand, is the crew of Toby Williams, Peter Damianos, Joshua McLeish and Oscar Lepanus, coxed by Felix Evans and coached by William Wright. The Canberra Grammar School 3 crew in lane 7 is Alexander Ahmad, Oliver Carmody, Romeo Bailey and Gavin Suey, coxed by Max Bottrell. The Redlands 3 crew in lane 6 is Jack Carey, Criff Preston, Zander Morley and Charlie Easton, coxed by Lily Van Hulsen. The Canberra Grammar School 4 crew is in lane 5. That's Darian Tattersall, Hugo Meeby, Zander Smith and James Reed, coxed by Lucas Yeo. In lane 4 is the Redlands 4 crew of Lucas Gia, Zachary Beaton, Joshua Dietwan and William Morley, coxed by Sarah Yates. And the Cranbrook 4 crew in lane 3 is Jacob Hewitt, Taj Collar, Bruno Bear and Wilbur Savage, coxed by James Walsh and coached by William Wright. And then we have 2 5th crews. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar 5th, Patrick Yates, Duncan McNaughton, Ryan Gardiner and Louis Croston, coxed by Xavier White. And Cranbrook 5 in lane 1, Levi Pierce, Rafferty Sinfield, Sebastian Hanna and Jiaya Zhang, coxed by Jack Foy and coached by Ethan Melton. And as we would expect, it's the 3rd crews, mostly the 3rd crews in the lead. Cranbrook 3, just ahead of Canberra Grammar, and then it's back to Canberra Grammar's 4th crew. So as they come towards the finish line, that crew from Cranbrook has managed to continue to lead over Canberra Grammar. So it'll be Cranbrook 3 that will take out this first heat in the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. Canberra Grammar will come 2nd and Canberra Grammar 4th crew will come 3rd. And then it's across to lane 1, so Cranbrook 5th crew, a great race for them there, and they will place 4th. 5th will be Canberra Grammar 5th. At the moment it's the Cranbrook-Canberra Grammar show. Redlands coming across in 6th place. Then back to Cranbrook 4, who will place 7th, and Redlands 3, who will place 8th. So it's all about the times today. So we're doing this preliminary heat to get a time to then go through to a final. And Cranbrook 3 took out that first heat in a time of 4 minutes, 13.13 seconds, with a 3-second margin over Canberra Grammar School. So I'm welcoming to the commentary box Claire Whelan. Claire, lovely to have you back on commentary again. Thank you.
Thanks, Lizzie, and here with commentary royalty, really. I'm just excited to be here. And I think I've missed a great morning. I've been following along in the car. It's a few really great little races going on in these quads already.
Yes, exactly. It looks like another one coming now in this. We're up to the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. Everybody's racing to try and get into a final. And in the lead right now, we have those very distinctive bright caps of Cranbrook 2. They're in lane 4, and that's the crew of Jackson Barkley, Hugo Lane, Blake Hex and Ralph Simmons, coxed by Arlo Pollack. But they're being challenged for the winning position by the crew from Canberra Grammar School, the second crew of Elijah Breeden, Henry Nichols, Wilm Grimland and Patrick Digweed, coxed by Kevin Wang. No, Cranbrook have seen what's coming and they have put on a big push, and they are going to take out this second heat. Canberra Grammar will have to settle for second, and Redlands coming across in third position, Elias Elia, Leo Coonan, Hudson Vallalonga and Sam O'Sullivan, coxed by Alice Burner. In fourth position, it looks as though it'll be the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar School, who have a 5 on the... Oh, that's right, yeah, the crew in lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar School. They'll place fourth. Then it's across to Barker College in fifth. And we seem to have a no-show from Newcastle Grammar School. So the all-important times. So Cranbrook 2 in that second heat did a time of 4:11.86. So just a couple of seconds, or a second and a half faster than the previous heat. The margin between Cranbrook and Canberra Grammar was 1.58, so less than 1 length. So we've got our third heat lining up now, and Chris McCarthy, our co-commentator, did point out earlier on that Schoolboy Year 8s are actually kids in Year 7 right now. So for a number of them, this will be their first race here at Cirque, or their first time they've been in one of these big finals. These are the first crews, so some of them might be experienced. And again, the fastest will progress through to the A final, B final, etc. We are expecting to see Hunter Valley Grammar 1 in lane 2, Cranbrook 1 in lane 3, Redlands 1 in lane 4, Newcastle Grammar in lane 5, Barker College 1 in lane 6, and Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 7.
So lining up for race 12 now, another 1 kilometre, 1,000-metre race. Looks like all crews present and accounted for. We've got the Hunter Valley Grammar crew just lining up now. An opportunity to run through those Hunter Valley Grammar team. Team 1, William Ryan, Casper Williamson, Finn Carey, and that says Alhalnan Sabanya, coxed by Emma Purdy. Cranbrook 1, Oliver Hurst, William Holt, Samuel Lynch, Tom Richardson, Thomas Lukes coxing. In lane 4 we have Redlands 1, Leo Carroll, Charlie Halliday, Lincoln Morrison, Bailey McDonald and coxed by Edward Grinham. Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 with Riley Cross, Lachlan Short, Leo Renfrew, Jack Whalen, Austin Brown coxing. And in lane 6, Barker College 1 with Harrison Simmons, Hugo Gosby, Sam Lance, Lachlan Gidley Baird and coxed by Harry Zhu. And finally in lane 7, Canberra Grammar 1, Caleb Edel, Max Millen, Benjamin Maltby and Benjamin Latham, coxed by Cameron Joyner. And for those who are wondering about the weather conditions today, obviously it's gearing up to be quite a warm day, but at the moment we've got some steamy, overcast and really still weather, so hopefully that wind and stormy predictions hold off a bit longer. It feels very steamy out there at the moment, but certainly very still, which means that those conditions are going to be a little bit more favourable for these young boys. Now, as they've crossed that first 500, the first half of the race, we do have some idea of where everyone's placed. And Hunter Valley Grammar in one appears to be first, quite a significant margin there, but then very close run for second and third at Cranbrook 1 and Canberra Grammar 1, followed by Barker College and Newcastle Grammar. It is great at this point of the day, still early, still lots of energy and enthusiasm amongst not just the rowers but the crowds as the rowers for the day progressively load in, but I can see lots of supporting parents, families, grandparents, a couple of dogs on the finish line waiting for these teams enthusiastically. As Lizzie said, for many of these teams it may be the first time they've raced at this level. And this final sprint to the finish line looks like being held by the team from Hunter Valley Grammar. So the Hunter Valley Grammar 1 crew beautifully catching all the way through to the end, and they've actually looked like they're enjoying these final few strokes as they realise they've got this one. There's a bit of a push for second, third. Well done to the team from Hunter Valley Grammar. And from lane 6 and 7, we have Barker College 1 and Canberra Grammar 1 in second and third. And well done to lane 3, Cranbrook, placing fourth. And the team from Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 cross now. I'm assuming that perhaps that
we're just having a bit of confusion here, and if you were watching that race, you might have too. We weren't quite sure where the second Newcastle Grammar School crew came from, but they were clearly supposed to be in the previous heat, so at least they've raced, so good for them. Now, just a note, please, to all of the coaches and supporters who are on bicycles. Please remember, it is the law that you wear a helmet. So anybody on a bicycle, please, can you go and find yourself a helmet? And not, just like with a triathlon, don't even touch the handlebars until you've put your helmet on, please. We really don't want to see any accidents. And when people fall off bikes, it's pretty messy. So please, please be careful and wear a helmet. Thank you. Right, guys, we're into the first final of the day, and it is the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 Division 1. In lane 2, we have Pymble Ladies College 1. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar School. In lane 6, St Catherine's. In lane 7, PLC Sydney. And in lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst. Now, these girls all are currently in year 9, going into year 10. So that's the beginning of their sweep career. So we have the talent of the future in this race here, and who knows, maybe 1 or 2 of those will go through to represent at the Olympic Games in Brisbane in 2032, because that will be the right age group. So some really exciting racing coming up. Please make sure you cheer them loudly. Great to see so many people here at the regatta. Let's make sure they have a really memorable first championships in the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. It's fantastic to see so many 8s as well. Really is.
The 8s is such an exciting race to watch too, I think, for everyone. These girls, 8s, as you know, have been always quite a competitive crews traditionally.
Yeah.
So hopefully these Year 10s give us a good show.
And we've got 2 very strong visitors here. We've got Kinross Walleroy, who've come down from Orange, and Canberra Grammar School, who've come up from Canberra, and always very strong in the sweep, and really exciting to see young girls coming through.
I fancy St Catherine's and Pymbles today, actually, so we'll see where this goes. Lizzie?
Yes, yes. So, Pymble Ladies are Schoolgirl Year 10-8 from Pymble Ladies College is Abby Pisani, Aurora Zhang, Blair Elliott, Siri Tobenschlag, Lulu Hill, Gemma Teal, Rose Jones and Madeline Gaydon, coxed by Emma Wang. Our crew from Loreto Kirribilli, Abigail Lee, Xanthi Psychogios, Ellie Bailey, Chloe Hunter, Virginia Dixon, Rosie Massara, Ava Sayre, Idle Knox and their cox Sabella Bates, coached by Elliot Hunt. Kinross Walleroy is the crew of Anna Orr, Alexandra Karash, Madeline Miller, Millie Helliar, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckerfield, Georgia Tancred, coxed by Sophie Carrow and coached by Benjamin Watt. The crew from Canberra Grammar School is Demi Seraphim, Koya Naper, Zita Seraphim, Sophia Bill, Claire Gao, Charlotte Prosser, Marcia Boddy and Amelie Wertenauer, coxed by Ada Barger. The crew from St Catherine's, Myla Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, Delphi Walsman, Ava Jameson, Georgia Love and Madeline Inns, coxed by Anya Ruffley, coached by Sophie Castellas. The PLC Sydney crew, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, Katerina Vlandis, Scarlett Askew and their cox, Lola Britt. And our final crew in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Loreto Normanhurst, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Lara Dwyer and Amelia Edwards, coxed by Rosie Lennon and coached by Hannah Cowap and Jackson Gersoy. So the crews are off and racing. This is a 2,000 metre race, so racing over the full Olympic distance, not the LA Olympic distance. And as you would expect, at the beginning of the race, It's all really fast and furious, the crew's very close together. This would be so good to race in. When you've got lots of 8s together like that, it's so exciting. So 7 8s there, spread out across the course, and right from the beginning, Kinross Walleroy stamping their authority over this race, giving the locals, Loretto Normanhurst, who actually train at this centre, a really good run for their money. But Pymble Ladies just sitting less than a length behind, and right behind them PLC Sydney. Another length back to Loretto Kirribilli and Canberra Grammar School, and then half a length back to St Catherine's. So it's all really close right now. They are just coming through the 750 metre mark, which is where the warm-up lake opens up into the course. So the girls who are coming up for the next lot of races will be watching as these 8s go past. So current year 9 girls going into year 10, so they will just be starting their sweep career. So we are seeing here people who are really new to sweep rowing, probably having the time of their lives out there, although it would also be terrifying. As they come through the 500 metre mark, Kinross Walleroy have posted a time of 1 minute, 43.97, and Loretto Normanhurst just 0.83 of a second behind them. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, Kinross Walleroy have now look as though they have been overtaken by Loretto Normanhurst. Yep, Loretto Normanhurst post a time of 3:34.77, and they have now reversed that 0.23 to plus 1.51 over Kinross Walleroy. But we all know about the Kinross Walleroy finish, so I'm absolutely sure that's not the end of the story.
The case of the race is long.
Yes. And it is an endurance sport, and having an interesting conversation earlier this week with one of my athletes about the effect of lactate and how you feel over a 2,000 metre race. It's quite interesting as you make the step from year 8 to year 9 and 10, and you start moving up to 2,000 metre racing, just the physiological aspect of the racing really changes. And this is why it's such a great sport. You've got to have a really good aerobic base to be able to endure all the anaerobic bits of what happens over a 2,000 metre race. It's still very close, folks, very close indeed. So if you've got a crew racing in this 8, you want to get out there on the towpath and give them a really good cheer. This is the first final of the day. We have Pymble Ladies on the far side, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy currently sitting second in lane 4, Canberra Grammar School in lane 5, St Catherine's in 6, PLC Sydney in 7, and Loretto Normanhurst. They're going to need your cheers. They're currently in the lead, but they've still got half the race to go. So at the 1,000 metre mark, still haven't got any times for the crews after, and then we do have some newbies in the timing huts as well, so there's no problem there.
Well, it's just about 200 metres left to go for our leading crews, and it is Loretto Normanhurst who were just slightly behind at the start, but have powered through in this Year 10-8. They've been neck and neck with Kinross all the way through term 4, and now St Catherine's right up in the mix as well. But this Normo crew made a step on, had a little bit of illness I think at the last regatta, and made a good step on here over Kinross. I'm sure we'll see Kinross back and fighting after the summer break. But Normanhurst here, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Lara Dwyer, Amelia Edwards and Rosie Lennon, the Cox, coached by Hannah Cowap and Jackson Gersoy, who did a great job up here in the commentary box a couple of weeks ago. And that is the win in the Year 10-8 for Loretto Normanhurst. Not a bad time considering we've just seen the wind start to turn around. Really tight for the silver medal here. Really tight. It was going to be Kinross. Kinross, are they just going to hold on? It's going to go to a photo.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that. That's definitely a photo, that one.
Normally,
yeah.
I'm normally happy to throw a call. I think it might have been Kinross, but that's a replica of the Schoolgirl Head of the River in the Schoolgirl late last year, where Kinross just hung on over a fast-charging St Catherine's in the dying strokes. We'll wait for confirmation of that.
4th to PLC Sydney, 5th to Pimble Ladies, and 6th to Loretta Kirribilli.
Got the second division underway now, and it looks like maybe a few little mechanical issues there for the St Catherine's boat, who are just maybe testing out, seeing which lane's quickest in this cross headwind. So Pimble Ladies on the far side of the course in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2 on your screen now. St Catherine's in lane 5. And Loretto Normanhurst on the right-hand side of your picture there in lane 6. And it looks like crew in the centre of the course, sort of on this side of the course, from Loretto Normanhurst in the lead. From St Catherine's, Kirribilli and Pimble Ladies College. Certainly seen a bit of a change in the wind from what we had just an hour ago. And I don't think this headwind's going to go away throughout the day. It is forecast to get quite blowy this afternoon. It's about as good as we'll get. It's Kirribilli, rather, through the first timing point. Although, I will say with my Normanhurst uniform on, the Kirribilli and Normanhurst Zooties now do look quite similar with some new uniform for the girls from the northwest of Sydney. I think quite trust what's going on with that timing screen. That is Normanhurst leading from St Cath's, from Kirribilli and Pimble there at the top of the picture if you're joining us on the live stream.
And for anyone interested in timing for the previous race, for race 13, that winning team of Loretto Normanhurst 1 has completed in 7 minutes 30:41, and we're still waiting on a result of the photo for second, third.
So it looks like we do have official results now for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, and it was in the shadow of the post, St Catherine's, by 0.14 of a second over Kinross Walleroy on the very last stroke. So St Catherine's with the silver and Kinross Walleroy with the bronze. So I think this Year 10-8 throughout the season is going to get very, very interesting. By the time we get to Schoolgirl Head of the River, some very quick times in this category already this season, and will only look to progress. The second year 10-8 charging towards us now, and it doesn't look like we've had too many changes of position as this headwind starts to intensify. And certainly the time's beginning to slow down a little bit. It is still Loretto Normanhurst now with 15 seconds ahead of St Catherine's, Kirribilli and Pymble Ladies College. So no Pymble, we do have Pymble in year 10-8 just then. But Pymble girls not able to replicate that brilliant crew that they had last year that set the national record in this event down in Tasmania in conditions very, very different to what we're seeing. This was more like the conditions we had at early morning in Tasmania, where they were generally very, very slow and then got quicker throughout the afternoon. But I see Cox is just struggling a little bit. It is tough in the headwind. The boat sort of acts as a bit of a sail, and it does amplify any steering inputs. So if you overcorrect a little bit, it is very tricky to stay in your lane. As we can see there from, we saw from St Catherine's earlier, and seeing from Kirribilli and Pymble now, it is very, very tricky indeed. But this Normo 8 looking to make it 2 in a row in the year 10s for the second medal of the day. Coxon there. Charlotte Fagan turning around, having a look. She's going to turn her head right around to see that St Cath's crew. So this Normo crew, Catherine Stark, Sally Hines, Beatrix Germain, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sahara Bornstein, Zoe Naden, Ella Jones, Jazz Burgoyne, Charlotte Fagan, the Cox, coached by Lily Gavin and Richard Hallett. Lily Gavin, an old girl of Normanhurst, who this weekend is actually going to be her last weekend coaching for the school, as she's gotten full-time employment and moving on from casual coaching. So a good way to send her off with a win for Loretto Normanhurst in second year 10-8. And as I heard Lizzie reminding us of helmets and bicycle accidents earlier, a little shout out to Richard Hallett, who's the co-coach of this crew, who had a nasty bike accident out here at Cirque a few weeks ago, and is back coaching these girls. But a win for Normanhurst, 2 in a row, winning the first and second year 10-8. It will be St Cath's for second for the silver medal, Kirribilli for the bronze, and Pymble finishing fourth off the podium.
And just seemingly less than 20 minutes after I said what a beautifully still morning it was, it's really picked up. So if you're out here and you can see those trees and flags blowing, and you recognise how difficult it is for the crews to keep balanced, just be aware, if you are part of a crew, to make sure that you are tying down. Be some significant damage with just a slightest heavy gust from time to time.
All right, while we're waiting for this next race to come down as we move to single sculls and some trying conditions out there, we'll move to the presentation of medals for race number 14, or race number 13 rather. Division 1, the first Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Third place and bronze medalist Kinross Wallaroy. My apologies, gone a little bit earlier there, but bronze medalists, Kinross Wallaroy, that's Anna Orr, Alexandra Karash, Madeline Miller, Millie Hellier, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckerfield, Georgia Tancred, Sophie Caro, the Cox, coached by Benjamin Watt. Second place and silver medalist, St. Catherine's. Mila Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, Delphi Walsman, Ava Jamison, Georgia Love, Madeline Innes, their cox Anya Roofley. The crew coached by Sophie Castellas. And first place gold medalists in the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, Loretto Normanhurst, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Ruby Mullins, Poppy Bensley, Lara Dwyer, Amelia Edwards, their cox Rosie Lennon. Crew is coached by Hannah Cowup and Jackson Gersoy. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our champions and medalists in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. So turning our attention back down to the course, we've got Division 1, the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull, 2 divisions of this event. We've got scratching from the Armidale School over in lane 1, MLC School, Adelaide Abernethy in lane 3, Redlands Liv Goodland in lane 4, Piper Robertson from Roseville in lane 5, Mia Simkovich from Leichhardt in lane 6, Nia Simmons from Manning Valley Anglican in lane 7, and Ellie Taylor from St. Columba's Catholic School in lane 8. So a couple school names that we don't see too much of. Ellie Taylor rowing for Nepean Rowing Club. You can tell from the coaching team there, Daniel Waddell, Hugh and Miles Harold. And she's currently our race leader by some margin. The 1,000-metre mark at a handy 30-second lead. And, of course, the headwind conditions accentuating and extending any margins as the boat speeds do slow down a bit. And certainly some tricky conditions out there. The wind's just turned slightly and straight head breeze now. Was a slight crosshead before, but having a look at the weather just an hour ago, calm 0 km/h winds, and now 13 km an hour with 35 km an hour gusts directly from west northwest it's showing, but it's certainly looking like a straight westerly as is forecast for the rest of the afternoon. So rest up the legs for those with second races, or with your first race. Anyone who's still yet to race certainly will need every bit of energy that they've got going. So Ellie Taylor currently leading. Looks like Sculler over on the far side of the course in lane 4. Liv Goodland sitting in second place. You see Ellie Taylor through, well, that's Mia Simkovich from Leichhardt, who's currently running third, coming through the 1500, and she's a good couple lengths clear of the Sculler in lane 5 from Roseville. Piper Robertson, another school with new Zooties in the last couple of weeks. The light blue might take me a little bit of getting used to in the commentary box. It's certainly not the colour I first think of with Roseville, but it's part of a new school uniform there. School from the North Shore of Sydney.
We were talking earlier about the athleticism in these rowers, and I think if you have a look at any one of them at the moment, they're really struggling for every single metre. This is a hard-fought, slow, steady race. And she's doing beautifully out the front there, Ellie Taylor.
Yeah, she's done a great job here to conquer the conditions. Certainly demands a slightly different rowing style when things slow down like this, but hasn't seemed to faze Ellie Taylor from St Columba's Catholic. And the Pean Rowing Club there, who will take the win and the gold medal in the first division of the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull, and that's an insight into the conditions. 11:45 the time there is certainly a long slog in the single scull. Very lonely, long and lonely race out there for that amount of time. Sculler from Redlands, gold stripes, Liv Goodland, who is almost certainly will be next across the line. As we see, just maybe in the closing couple of 100 metres, a slight reprieve from the wind, and still certainly slow, but not maybe not quite as intense as it is in the first half of the race. But by this point, you've expended a lot of energy to get here, and it certainly won't be feeling any easier in the closing strokes of this race.
Okay, yeah, so this St. Catherine's, if you want to angle yourself over this way. St. Catherine's, row on the other side of your crew here. They are trying to come into the presentation pontoon. Okay, St. Cat's, just stop. Ross, just hold there. Yes, that's custom of lane 5. Tap it bow side. Loretto Normanhurst, stop rowing, just hold it there. Okay, St. Catherine's lane 5, start rowing. Bow 4, start rowing. That's it, bow 4, all together.
Followed by Piper Robertson from Roseville.
Right out to the middle, right out to the middle. Kinross, stay out in the middle as well, thank you. Okay, Normanhurst, you can also row it up. Almost there, good work, girls. No, you're right, it's a bit chaotic. Normanhurst, please stay out, move out from the pontoon, give St. Catherine's space.
Well, a little bit of a change in commentary as we have the last, the first scullers of the second division of the Year 11 single coming. We welcome Ben Homer back to the commentary box, I think for the first time this season, first time in a little while, in a rowing commentary box at least, more at home calling the football. But seeing now Second division across the line, and it is the sculler from Loretto Kirribilli, Indiana Orth, who's taken a pretty comfortable lead there, and pretty comfortable win there for the Loretto Kirribilli sculler. Slightly quicker time as well than the last heat, but last division, but definitely pretty tricky to read into those times given these conditions. Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar, second across the line there, and so the sculler on the far side of the course there from maybe slightly out of the lane from Manning Valley Anglican, Ava Folson, who looks to be on course to take the bronze medal. And we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for presentation medals for race 14, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Third place and bronze medalists Loretto Kirribilli, Emily Buriak, Charlotte Taylor, Abigail Pearson, Georgia Woodward, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Mutton, Ariel Wood, Scarlett Hopkins, and Arabella Johnston, the Cox, coached by Emma Bunbury. Second place and silver medalists, St Catherine's, Isabel Rose Innes, Lucia Waters, Harriet Hathorn Jarman, Matilda Jack, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, and Chloe Avramedes. Crew coached by Madeline Swain. And in first place, gold medalists in the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, Loretto Normanhurst, Catherine Stark, Sally Hines, Beatrix Germain, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sahara Bornstein, Zoe Naden, Ella Jones, Jazz Burgoyne, crew coxed by Charlotte Fagan and coached by Lily Gavin and Richard Hallett. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8.
All right, we've got the crews now for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull. So in lane 2 from Barker College, Lucia Stamoli and Ivy Kim, coached by Manuel Alvarez Alfaro. In lane 3, Askams, Ing Stive and Sammy Rebilliard, coached by Lizzie Chapman. Mossman in lane 4. Kerisk and Turnbull, coached by Kieran Kabelki. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, Olivia McBride and Hannah Watch. Lane 6, North Sydney Girls, Lou and Sharbo. In lane 7, Roseville's Wang and Eburn. And then in lane number 8, Loretto Normanhurst 1, Lucy Hannaford, Elizabeth Pennington, coached by Jack Crampton and William Newnham. And we have just got some splits coming through, and we've got the crew from Askham. They are sitting in first place at the moment, about a 10-second advantage back to Mossman.
Yeah, so we'll certainly see some pretty healthy margins in these races. The small boats in the headwind, as we've mentioned, and we'll probably continue to mention. Certainly not an easy task, but Ingsa Dive, Sammy Rebilliard, who come up through the ranks at Askham, with some of the first girls to have had their pretty much their whole rowing career under the tutelage of our co-commentator Lizzie Chapman.
It's literally just been in the last, what has it been, 40 minutes or so. It was absolutely stunning conditions for the first 40 minutes of racing.
Yeah. Well, I likened it to what we had down at Lake Barrington, Tasmania, where it'd be beautiful just before racing and then turn into this and then get quick in the afternoon. But I don't think we're forecast to see too much reprieve from this one. So this will be what crews have to deal with out there for the remainder of the day. And hopefully it doesn't get too intense, but it should be a nice reprieve from the heat at least.
Yeah, at least we've got a bit of overcast sky.
Yeah.
Might just keep the temperature down a touch from where we were heading today in the mid-30s. But, well, it's a commanding lead, isn't it? From Askham, Dive and Robiliard, massive advantage. And they're going to claim this Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull.
Yeah, our co-commentator Lizzie was very eager to get out of the box about 20 minutes or so ago to get down and watch these girls race, and that's certainly very well placed as they cross the line first, 9:45 there. So again, just highlighting the speeds we're seeing in these headwind conditions. And then Canberra Girls Grammar for the silver medal. And it'll be Loretto Normanhurst on the near side, Lucy Hannaford. Elizabeth Pennington, coached by Jack Crampton and Will Newnham, who will take the last spot on the rostrum. Just a quick announcement, if coaches have done well enough to get a crew up on the podium, we're just asking that you meet your crews at the finish podium and help them in coming in safely and with reasonable haste, because it is certainly tricky conditions out here, and we need to make sure that crews are getting onto and off of that finish pontoon quickly and safely. So coaches, if your crew has won a medal, please make sure you're there to meet them at the finishing pontoon so that we can get them onto and off of that podium.
So we're just seeing the end of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull, and quickly coming up behind them is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double. So Redlands in lane 1, Ford and Ford, Tripp and Reeves from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, Armstrong and Darcy from Mont Saint Angelo in lane 4, Keyston Blake from MLC School in lane 5, Williams and Zankel from Sydney Girls in 6, Canberra Grammar in lane 7, Templeton and Webb. And at the 1500 it was Canberra Grammar who were leading by 3 seconds from Mont Saint Angelo, and that's lane 7 and lane 4. But it looks to be tightening up as well on this near side of the course. Sydney Girls are coming up. They were only 0.73 off the podium at the 1500 metre mark. So here they come. It is Mont Saint Angelo leading the way. Armstrong and Darcy with about 100 metres to travel. Second place is Canberra Grammar. So Monty Sant Angelo, 50 metres to travel. Strong finish coming from Sydney Girls, who were in 4th at the 1500. They're trying to pull back into the silver medal position, but it is Monty Sant Angelo, Isabel Armstrong and Amelia Darcy who are going to win Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double. It's going to be really tight here for silver, and they are going all the way to the line. It is just, I'm going to call that to lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Templeton and Webb. Sydney Girls edged out into 3rd, Williams and Zankel, and Loretto Kirribilli miss out on the podium. Tripp and Reeves finishing in 4th place.
Of the presentation of medals for race 15, the first division of the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull. Second place and silver medalist from Redlands, Liv Goodland. And first place and gold medalist from St. Columba's Catholic, Ellie Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champion and medalist in the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull. And the presentation of medals for Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull. In third place from Manning Valley Anglican is Ava Falzon. Second place and silver medalist from Canberra Girls Grammar, Meg Story. And first place and gold medalist from Loretto Kirribilli, Indiana Orth. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champion and medalist in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 single scull.
So next race on the water, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl single scull, and we have 3 divisions of this one. And I'm just thinking, Ava Falzon named in this race. She was just presented with a medal there, so I'm thinking that she will not be in this particular race. Lane 1, Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar. Askham's Isabel Bugg in lane 2. Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School in lane 3. Winona's Sophia Stevenson in lane 4. Addison Perry from Canberra Grammar in 5. Loretto Kirribilli's Elizabeth Roberts in 6. Eve Parker from MLC School in lane 7. And then Ava Falzon from Manning Valley Anglican in lane 8 was named, but I'm pretty sure she's not starting this one, considering she was just given a medal on the pontoon, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, you got a nice following wind if you were racing back down to the start line, but I don't think she's quite made that one. Right, so Charlotte Olivier from OLMC in Parramatta, who trains out of UTS Haberfield normally. Well, we had her listed. Yeah,
she's leading Division 2
Division
at the
2.
moment.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I ducked out to go get some stationery and get myself all mixed up. But Division 1, it is firmly Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, who has come on very strongly over the last couple of years, moving up through the under-17 into the schoolgirl division. She Nationals last year made the A final and only missed out on a medal by less than a second. So certainly is one to watch in this field in New South Wales. Very dedicated program coming down from Armidale. I know, I'm sure you complain about the drive down from Newcastle, Ben, but Armidale's a whole nother beast, isn't it?
Yeah, and we have them sometimes compete at the CDRA regattas as well, which is fantastic. And look at these conditions. The wind just seems to have even lifted in intensity, and it has almost brought the boat on that far side, which is Isabella Henderson, to a complete stop. So this is going to be an interesting finish. It is literally like rowing in slow motion when you're rowing in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, big gusts just coming through there. You can see it sweep across the field. And I think it actually may be a blessing in disguise for Isabella Henderson, who was maybe just starting to feel a little bit of pressure from the sculler on the near side from Newcastle Grammar. MLC, rather.
Yeah, Eve
Again,
Parker.
The wrong thing, but
just trying to cut back against that win. So there's a win. Isabella Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis for the Armidale School, wins that Division 1 schoolgirl single scull. Yeah, what an effort that is. 2 Ks into a, not just a headwind, it's an absolute gale. So fantastic rowing from Henderson and Parker. And then the bronze medal here currently sitting with Addison Perry from Canberra Grammar. You would think at this point she's got enough of an advantage, but you never know in these conditions when it gets quite wavy. Very challenging to be out there in a single scull.
Yeah, Izzy Bug on the far side. She tough competitor and normally has a good sprint in her, but up against this wind in the closing strokes, I think she'll be quite able to close that gap. So just before we have that presentation, just a really quick announcement. Race 25 on our program, which is the Schoolgirl Para Single, has been cancelled for the day due to the conditions. Our boat race officials are monitoring this wind throughout the day. We are expecting it maybe to get a little bit worse. So we're not cancelling other races just yet, but boat race officials are asking all coaches and administrators to make their own decision on the competency of their crews and whether they will be able to manage the conditions. So please keep an eye on what's happening with the wind, and please have the best interests of your crews and the safety of everyone on the water at mind when we're boating for our races.
All right, presentation of medals. Division 1 for the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull. Third place and bronze medal from Loretta, Normanhurst, Smith and Pennington. Second place from Canberra Girls Grammar and the silver medalist McBride and Baysby. And then first place and gold medalist from Askham, Inkster Dive and Sammy Robilliard, coached by Lizzie Chapman. And I apologise if I didn't read out the first names of some of those athletes, but there was some scratching, there were some substitutions which took place, and I actually don't have the updated lists. So apologies to any parents who will say they're a little bit annoyed I didn't read out your child's first name, but that is why I didn't want to stuff it up.
So second division of the Schoolgirl single underway, slightly smaller field. So Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull underway and coming at us in the last couple of 100 metres. And we've had maybe a couple of withdrawals from this field. And so it looks like we do have everyone there, but just losing them in the wind, it is a little bit difficult to pick out sometimes from the commentary box. So we've got Mossman in lane 8, Catherine Walsh, Shuttle Olivier from OLMC, lane 7. Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls in lane 6. Jade Sharp from St Paul's Grammar in lane 5. Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney in lane number 4. Lucy Watkins from Barker College in lane 3. Erie Williams from North Sydney Girls in lane 2. And Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar over in lane 1. And at the 1500 metre mark it was Charlotte Olivier from OLMC. And also training out of UTS Haberfield there, who was leading Catherine Walsh from Mossman and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls. Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar sitting back in 4th place on the far side of the course there. And as we saw in the last race, things can change pretty quickly when those gusts pick up, Ben.
Yeah, and I know I'm from Newcastle, and I am, you know, work for Newcastle Grammar, so I am biased, but tough side of the course as well, with the nor'wester, because that's basically where the wind's funneling straight over that side of the course. So, Yeah, if you're on this near side of the course, you're doing a little fist bump, I reckon.
Yeah, it's sort of been swinging around race to race. We had a couple of races where it was kind of coming from the south just slightly, but more races where it's coming from this way. So ideally, if we're going to have a headwind like this, we want it to be a straight westerly and affecting everyone nice and evenly.
Yeah, so it's going to be Charlotte Olivier from Our Lady of Mercy, coached by Sam Fennessy. And conditions, well, I'm not going to say they're better, but slightly less gusts at the back end of this race compared to what we saw in Division 1. So Scullers enjoying that a whole lot more. So Charlotte Olivier, congratulations, gold medal in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single. Catherine Walsh from Mossman is going to claim silver, coached by Josh Hewitt. And then third place, just coming into view now, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. And Roxana Brown on the far side of the course. As I mentioned, no one around her. We had a number of scratchings in this race. And she's out there all alone. She's going to come through in fourth place from Newcastle Grammar, coached by Jenna Erder and Jack Hanley.
So we'll turn our attention back to presentation dais. The presentation medals for Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 Double Scull. Third place and bronze medalists from Sydney Girls High, Mia Williams and Camille Zankel. Second place and silver medalists from Canberra Grammar, Claire Templeton and Ailey Webb. First place and gold medalists from Monty St Angelo, Isabel Armstrong and Amelia Darcy. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause and congratulations to our champions and medalists, Division 2 of the Year 11 Double Scull.
I was just having a look at those times. Geez, that is a very impressive time in these conditions from Charlotte Olivier. 10:11 compared to the first division was 10:50 winner. So, yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's just that gust that we saw at the end of that first division.
Well, it's a good point. Yeah, a very good point. It was a massive gust.
Probably wasn't even that. She's quicker the entire way down the course.
But it's important to note, and that's why it's, you know, it's a bit of a fool's errand, isn't it? Looking too deeply into times when the weather can change so quickly.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure both of us as Year 8 coaches are glad that it was nice and even at the start of the day when we were ranking finals based on time, so that might make things a little bit tricky later in the day.
Well, I did say to all the kids, this is the best course you're going to row in, best conditions, and it was at that point. And now it's like the Hunter River, the Regatta every week that we have up there.
So Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull underway now. A couple of scratchings in this one from the crew in Lane 1 from Canberra Girls Grammar, scratched, and Manning Valley Anglican in Lane 4 also scratching. So Roseville's Abigail Kelly in Lane 2, Matilda Marconis from Abbottsley in Lane 3, Lillian Forsyth from Redlands in Lane 5, Willow Chapman from Kirrawee High in Lane 6, Bianca McKenzie from St Ursula's in Lane 7, and Piper Walker from Tara in Lane 8. Again, another couple of schools that we don't see too much of in Kirrawee High and St Ursula's and even Abbottsley, but those three girls, Bianca McKenzie, Willow Chapman, Matilda Marconis, all part of the junior program at UTS, headed up by Sam Fennessy.
Presentation now for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, and third place and bronze medalist from Canberra Grammar, Addison Perry, coached by Kendall Brody. Second place and silver medal from MLC School, Eve Parker, coached by Charlotte Ormond and Rafe Stanford Meisel. And first place and gold medalist, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, Isabella Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis. So we're just seeing the finish here of the Division 2 Schoolgirl single scull. Mary Williams, great effort to get herself down the course. This is just about as tough as it gets, especially on that side of the course. She's had a you can see the wind just whistling straight across the course. So it is the hardest place to be. And Chris, my theory is maybe having a little bit more weight added to it because it's this side of the course which is leading this one. Are you with me?
I'm with you on this side? I am with you at the moment. Having a look at the weather as well on the faithful old Bureau of Meteorology website.
The old one. Does it still exist?
There you go. Type in.
Oh, here we go.
For those playing at home who are sick of the ridiculous $96 million Bureau of Meteorology website, if you go on the website and put reg dot before bomb.gov.au, you'll get the old one. It's there. It's ready for you.
There you go. You have hacked it.
Yeah.
$96 million.
$96 million undone by reg dot. Anyway, but, that's telling me northwesterly 35k an hour. So tricky conditions with some pretty hefty gusts as well. So we'll see how that plays out over the remainder of the day. But Division 3, the Schoolgirl single, and as you mentioned, is the Scullers on this side of the course. And in lane 7, Bianca McKenzie from St Ursula's and training out of UTS Haberfield under Sam Fennessy. He's going to take an all-the-way win here in this final Schoolgirl single race. She'll be followed across the line by about 30, 40, 50 metres back is the sculler from Tara. The light blue Zudi there. That's Piper Walker, coached by Ben Board. She's leading the second UTS sculler, who's representing Kirrawee High, Willow Chapman, who will secure the bronze medal there. So that's our podium sorted. And then 2 more scullers left in this race over on the far side of the course. We've got Roseville's Abigail Kelly and Abbottsley's Matilda Marconis to round out the single scull racing and move us on to the double sculls, which I'd certainly rather be in a double. I'd rather be in a quad, really. I'd rather be coaching.
It's a good day to be a coach, isn't it? Well, actually, maybe trying to wrangle boats, trying not to let them blow over.
Yeah, we did see a couple of weeks ago, I don't think you were down here, but some storms tore through on the Saturday night between the Sydney Girls High and Kirribilli Regatta, and there were a few programs who did not race on the Sunday or raced in some borrowed boats.
Yeah. These storms, there's a lot more storms this summer. There's a lot more rolling through. Now, we have got the presentation here for Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 2. 3rd place and bronze medal from Sydney Girls, Xenia Palmer, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. 2nd place and silver medalist from Mossman Rowing Club, Catherine Walsh. And 1st place and gold medalist from Our Lady of Mercy, Charlotte Olivier, coached by Sam Fennessy.
The Schoolgirl double is almost upon us now, and some slightly closer racing here as they approach the last 200 metres of the course. But on the near side of the course here is Blaxland High, who, rowing is Blaxland High, but it's an Nepean Rowing Club combination there of Sophia Whitelaw and Vitty Young, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold, Miles Harold. Daniel Waddell, very busy man today, balancing Nepean Rowing Club and Loretto Normanhurst coaching duties. I reckon he's probably had the most crews down the course with his name on him so far this morning, but his combination here of Whitelaw and Young very well to lift into the line in maybe just between wind gusts, a slight reprieve here, and they will take the gold medal in this 1st division of the Schoolgirl single scull. Following them is Loretto Kirribilli, Maddie Wheelerhan and Sarah Holt, who are holding off crew on the far side from MLC. So it is Blaxland High, the locals, who get the win, the gold medal in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl double. And Kirribilli for the silver. And on the far side, MLC School, Sophie Winnell and Rebecca Beaton, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel, for the bronze. And they'll just edge out St Catherine's, just cruising across the line there. Matisse Borthwick and Florence Hennessy, coached by John Keogh. Those two girls out of the first 8. We'll see them on the course later today. That'll be their first race of the season. Florence Hennessy, first race since the Junior World Championships in Lithuania. John Keogh joining that program, former head coach of the Women's National Training Centre, heading up the reigning national champions in the Schoolgirl 8 in St Catherine's.
No, they just did look to be measuring it, didn't they? They looked sharp.
Yeah.
They looked sharp.
They've missed the first couple of races of the season in the Schoolgirl 8, so maybe foxing, maybe just getting some race experience under the legs.
You don't want to peak too early, do you?
No, exactly. Especially if they've had girls, you know, away in doing the national team and everything. It's a late end to the season. Just got to ease things back in. Seen the same from Kinross Wallaroy with their girls at Henley. They've made a late start to the season. Was Redlands as well. Francesca Richardson, Georgina Hurley in 4th, and the Ascom combination, Charlotte Hourigan and Lara Drower, coached by Lily Slatter and Gemma Coulay, who are going to cross the line in 5th. And I think a few scratchings in that race means that is going to be, or in 6th rather, a few scratchings in that race. I mean, that is the field. And we'll look up towards Division 2 of the Schoolgirl double coming down at us shortly.
Well, I was going to say, Chris, same as commentary, you don't want to peak too early in the season as well.
Exactly.
Nationals in March just build up nicely towards now.
Exactly. Most of our commentary teams had a reasonably slow start to the season. I haven't managed to get Stuart John up here from Canberra. If you're joining on the live stream, mate, I hope you're having a nice, relaxing weekend at home.
And he might just be about to win Volunteer of the Year, is that right?
Yeah. Nominated for Volunteer of the Year at the Rower of the Year Awards next Friday night, I believe they are. So,
you heading to the awards?
No.
Thought you might be given an invite, Chris.
No, apparently not. But that's all right. That's quite all right. I'll be resting up and keeping the vocal cords fresh, ready for the Reindeer Regatta next Saturday. Next Saturday. Yes.
Be a big weekend. Yeah, sprints on tomorrow. Hopefully some better conditions, and then reindeer next week. Usually sprints and reindeer obviously on the same weekend, but this year a bit of a change up. Yeah,
we've got some school events happening tomorrow at the sprints, and of course qualifications for the Sprint Eliminator next year, which you can see all the details of that up on Royal New South Wales social media and the website. It was a great event last year, and so by default the winner tomorrow will win at least $250 because they've made it into the Sprint Eliminator. So that'll be one to watch out for, and will certainly be another great event in the lunch breaks of the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl Heads of the River next March.
So Division 2 of the Schoolgirl double scull on the course at the moment, and a lead here for Winona's Erica Nutt and Arabella Turner-Smith in lane 6. Those other crews, so Barker College in lane 2, Taylor Grayson and Meg Anderson. Sydney Girls in 3, Bonnie Steele and Elsha Lim. North Sydney Girls in 4, Andrea Deng and Lucia Tang. Pimble Ladies in 5, Claire Ferreira and Edwina Harrington. Winona, as I mentioned, in 6, Roseville in 7, Alice Bestich and Claudia Berger. And Canberra Grammar scratching from this one. We saw them a little bit earlier today. So a 30-second lead at 1,500. That is substantial. And they do get blown out a little bit more, as you'd expect in the wind, but despite the conditions, they are going to be enjoying a pretty cruisy finish here, these two from Winona.
Yeah, they're not letting off the pace, though. They're certainly still up and at it, and putting a bit of aggression in the water, and really fighting well against that headwind. These two girls, coached by Josh Hewitt, coaching name and probably the Red Blades as well, gives it away, part of that incredibly strong Mossman Rowing Club program, who I'm very excited to see out racing in the Schoolgirl 8 this afternoon, which is going to be very, very interesting indeed. And could be a combination set to shake up some of the traditional powerhouses of schoolgirl rowing. Very interested to see how that unfolds. But for now, in the schoolgirl double, It is. It's crew in lane 6 of Erica Nutt and Arabella Turner-Smith with the Winona colours on, who will take the win. Pimbles, Claire Fiera and Edwina Harrington look set for a silver medal. They're leading that chasing pack. A good couple of boat lengths on their nearest competition from Roseville, Alice Bestich and Claudia Berger. In their new colours in sky blue of Roseville, which I think I'm starting to get used to. Here's Pimble Ladies College for the silver, and Roseville will secure themselves a bronze medal.
And I think we're going to duck down, are we, for the medal presentation for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl double scull. And third place and bronze medalist from MLC School, Sophie Winnell and Rebecca Beaton, coached by Charlotte Allman and Rafe Stanford-Meisel. Second place and silver medalist from Loretto Kirribilli, Maddie Wheelerhan and Sarah Holt, coached by Patrick Mainsbridge and Teresa Harris. And gold medalist from Blaxland High, Sophia Whitelaw and Vitty Young, coached by Dan Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold.
I reckon we've just seen a bit of a reprieve from the wind over these couple of races here.
Well, I can tell you, was that the eye test or were you looking at the old bomb website?
That was the eye test.
Well, the eye test is right, because I just thought the same thing and I looked it up and it sort of dropped. It was sitting up there around sort of, maybe 35, 40 Ks, and it did sort of drop down to about sub 30. So that's good news. We need a bit more of that.
Well, it's certainly good news as we look towards some more heats that are based on time through to the finals. The Year 9 quads coming up shortly. Should be fast and furious.
So this Schoolboy 4 that's coming down, it is a Canberra Grammarathon, because all the Scots crews have scratched. So it is Canberra Grammar, 1, 2 and 3 here. It's the crew in lane 6 that's winning it. Magnus Dafter, Harry English, Benjamin McGregor, Alexander Griffiths, coached by Teniola Balagan, coached by Scott Chesterton and Thomas Hart. It's the lane 5 crew in second. William Shockley, Jacob Thompson, William Weir, James Moss, coached by Thomas Marburg, coached by Thomas Hart and Scott Chesterton. And then same coaches for the crew in third. Oliver Listing, Fergus Whiteside, Lucas Windle and James Wilson, coached by Harrison Pays. And they're coming into view here. They've got about 300 metres to travel as the sun just sneaks its way beyond the clouds for a brief moment here, shining on these crews as they row into the last 250 metres or so. They're just coming into the last 300. I'll see those dark red boys knowing the finish is imminent.
Yeah, so it looks like Canberra Grammar just getting some hit outs in the 4 before the Schoolboy 8 this afternoon. This is half their first 8 leading the other half of their first 8. This looks to be the stern 4 leading the bow 4 here. And then the third crew of Leasing, Whiteside, Windle, Wilson. Well, that's the third crew is half their, that's the second crew rather. The third crew, Shockley, Thompson, Weir, Moss, the stern 4 of their second 8. So the top 12 men in the Canberra Grammar program getting a hit out in the 4s before they take to the Schoolboy 8 later on this afternoon, and doing a great job against the conditions. The Cox 4's a heavy boat to row at the best of times, so out here in this headwind, and despite this slight reprieve, still just sneaking under 8 minutes in this race. So definitely tough conditions to be lugging the Cox along in the Cox 4. So Canberra Grammar 1 first, Canberra Grammar 2, or Canberra Grammar 3 rather, in lane 5. And then their second crew just coming a little bit unstuck there in the closing strokes of the race will still come home for the bronze medal.
All right, presentation of medals now for Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. Third place and bronze medalist from Kirrawee High, Willow Chapman, coached by Sam Fennessy. Second place, silver medalist from Tara School, Piper Walker, coached by Ben Board. And first place and gold medalist from St Ursula's, Bianca McKenzie, coached by Sam Fennessy. And we might get very, very shortly into the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2. While we've got a little pause. See all those crews just congratulating each other down on the pontoon.
We do have a little bit of a break in proceedings because we did have that race 25 cancelled. So the next race, still a little bit behind, but making up a little bit of time. We'll move back to 1,000-metre racing for the first of 6 or 8 heats. 8 heats of the Year 9 quads will be up very shortly in the next couple of minutes.
And what are you most excited about, these Year 9 quads?
Oh, the Year 9 quads is actually one of my favourite things to commentate, the Year 9 quads. It comes at you thick and fast. It's often pretty exciting racing. Everyone's learning something every race. 1,000 metres means that you generally get some tighter margins. Yeah, I think, and then especially once we get to the finals of these, you know what I'm excited for? The fact that I don't have to line them up and start them, because with the wind, it gets tricky. And I mean, these Year 9s, they're a little bit more experienced. Most of them have got a season under their belt. They've done this maybe a dozen times before, but it's certainly not an easy task to get. You know, it'll be 6 crews or 5 crews in this first race, but you know, up to 9 crews all in a line, as good as the starters can get, and get them off safely and evenly and fairly, can be challenging.
Yeah, and it's great opportunity here. You make an A final, really special for the students to achieve that, and then also all the way down the finals, opportunities to claim some medals. So speaking of medals, we have got the medal presentation here for the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. Third place and bronze medalists from Roseville, Alice Bestich and Claudia Berger. Second place and silver medalist from Pymble Ladies, Claire Ferreira and Edwina Harrington. And first place and gold medalists from Winona, Erica Nutt and Arabella Turner-Smith, coached by Josh Hewitt. So congratulations to all of our medalists in the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2.
So we'll turn back to presentation of medals for the Schoolboy Coxed 4. In second place and silver medalist, Canberra Grammar, William Shockley, Jacob Thompson, William Weir, James Moss, and Thomas Marburg, the Cox, coached by Thomas Hart and Scott Chesterton. In first place and gold medalists, Canberra Grammar, Magnus Dafter, Harry English, Benjamin McGregor, Alexander Griffiths, Teniola Ballaghan, the coxswain, also coached by Scott Chesterton and Thomas Hart. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists, Canberra Grammar in the Schoolboy Coxed 4.
Just a reminder as well, with this wind, yeah, it is getting stronger, and you probably have got the text, but if you haven't, we did mention this before, coaches need to decide on the competency of their crews in these conditions. Online withdrawals are available, paper withdrawals are at the ground floor of the finish tower if needed. So, yeah, it's getting, we're awaiting more information from the boat race officials. Currently, racing is still ongoing, but we have just got some pretty severe gusts that have just ripped through down the course. So we are going to get some more information as we speak. But at the moment, the plan is to continue putting boats out on the water if they are competent, as deemed by coaches. We'll give you more info. We do have the Year 9 Cox quads. Heat number 1 is just getting ready to come down the course. But there are white caps, and you don't often see white caps at Cert, Chris. It's a rarity.
No, it's a rarity to see them as a headwind.
Yeah.
Occasionally we get really quick tailwinds where it's like this, but you know, it's possible to run racing when it's choppy and quick. When it's choppy and slow, sometimes it gets pretty difficult, especially for the smaller boats. So we'll see how these quads handle things. Either way, they're down on the start line, so they've got to get down here at some point.
Yeah, it's gone to, I'm sure everyone's checking the weather app, 60k gusts now, which great.
Looks like we do have a start in Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull. Looks like, I think we've got a Kirribilli crew, a Pymble crew, maybe a Roseville crew underway. It's a little bit tricky to tell if any crews haven't made the finish. We don't get the withdrawals super real time up here, but we'll do our best to keep you across what's going on as we progress through this morning's racing. Was meant to be 5 crews in the race here. Just on board with
I haven't got any scratching online, so
I think we did hear there's maybe a couple of crews just having some dramas at the start line in the conditions. So we've got Pymble there, and to their right there's a Kirribilli crew, which I think is the crew in lane 4. Zoe Knowles, Nina Cordaro, Grace Ryan, Rosie Teague, Eloise McLucas, the Cox, coached by Zoe Bond and Freya Bateman, who look to have gotten away the best out of those crews. But
I'm just having a look at that the program feed there. Honestly, that's making conditions look a lot worse than what it probably looks like, but it probably shows you how challenging these conditions are. My gosh, it looks like there's surf boat rowing.
Yeah.
When you look at that, it is treacherous conditions.
Yeah, or coastal rowing even.
Yeah, coastal rowing. I know we've got a few coastal rowers. They're out tomorrow, aren't they, doing the sprints?
Yeah, I think out tomorrow. And we've
Boys.
got, I think, Soph Whiteman from the mixed coastal quad that got a bronze at the World Champs a couple of weeks ago is going to join us in the commentary box after lunch.
I think these crews getting blown over, are they?
Blown over all over the course. I think if we can say that someone's in the lead, or they might have been directed to get off the course if things are getting
I
a
reckon
little bit dicey.
Well, actually, no, this crew's coming back onto the course from the far side. So they've literally gone towards the bank. Now they're rowing back towards this bank, trying to get back in their lane. So I'm thinking they are trying to straighten things up. That does look like it's the crew in the lead, but look at the splashing. There is a lot of spray here.
Yeah, that's a combination from Kirribilli, I believe, and then Roseville, who are over on the far bank. They've both sort of gotten up. So we have 4 crews in the race. So that's Roseville there, who are just having a bit of trouble. I think that Kirribilli crew's gotten themselves maybe in a slightly better position, but boy, is it tricky down there. Not envious of these coxers, not envious of the coaches who are stressing about it on the towpath. Tell you what, commentary box is probably the best place to be right now.
Yeah, we're lucky, aren't we, up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see that crew on the far side. We're not actually sure which lane because it's very difficult to work out, but they seem to be in front.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that has to be sort of Loretto Kirribilli on that far side. Is that what you're going with?
I thought we had maybe 2 Kirribilli crews, one from Roseville and one from Pymble make the start. So maybe one of the Kirribilli crews missing. And that Kirribilli crew who got off the line well are just getting themselves back onto the course now on the far side. And then Pymble in the centre of the course.
Oh no, now they've been blown a little bit off course. So they were in front. Now they're trying to re-straighten things up.
It's actually Pymble there on our sort of left, closest to the camera. We can see coming through now who've made the best of the conditions from a steering point of view. They've stayed relatively in their lane. So it is the Kirribilli lane 8 crew who we had. So Soraya Laurendet, Tilly Farrell, Francesca Vella Barton, Rose Middleton, Ava Maria Icono, the Cox, coached by Zoe Fallon, who has who's over there on the far side of the course. Well, struggling with steering, but some way ahead of the rest of the crews, and Pymble sitting in second.
I'm just having a look at this time. So they're just ticking towards the 5-minute mark. They would be well and truly done by now, usually.
Okay, so we've just got an update. It's come through over text. So check your phones if you're here at the course, but we'll read it out. So due to deteriorating, someone wrote this without thinking someone's got to read it on air. Due to deteriorating conditions, there will be a pause in racing after race 26, which is this one that we're doing a great job of commentating coming down right now. So there'll be a pause of racing after this race, and we'll have an announcement in about 30 minutes with regards to continuation or modification of the regatta. So once these girls get down the course, still, as much as this may seem not relevant to anything, getting down the course and getting a bit of resilience into you, they will get something out of this.
Well, if you can row in these conditions, you can row in any condition.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
exactly.
This is, honestly, I don't know. I haven't been to as many regattas here as you have, Chris, but this is as bad as I've seen in terms of a headwind here.
I've seen it really bad once when we came out here to train, but in terms of a race, I don't think I've seen conditions quite like this in terms of a headwind. I've seen some pretty gnarly tailwinds, but as I said before, generally you can keep a regatta running in a tailwind because it doesn't quite impact steering as much as it even keeps the boats a bit straighter when it's a nice straight tailwind. And I've seen some pretty sort of blustery crosswinds, but nothing this strong. So looks like Loretto Kirribilli may have turned this into a 1,500 metre race, but they are still going to, they might actually have some dramas with their steering because the other crews are managing to stay on the course with fairly straight headwind. But I think this Kirribilli crew are just going to hang on over there in lane 0 now. And I think the wind has made away with a couple of bow numbers. But that Kirribilli crew, which I think is 8. And then Pymble and the Kirribilli crew in lane 4.
So just a reminder to everyone, if you missed that announcement, we are having a pause in racing now. This was the last race, race 26 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad. We will have a pause in racing, and an announcement will be made in approximately 30 minutes with regards to the continuation or modification of the regatta. So that is scheduled for about 10:45, so that's in about 24 minutes local time that will provide you with that update from the officials.
Yep, so if that's just to be clear, no one's to be boating, to be getting on the water at the moment. There's no racing, and there'll be an announcement in due course about how or what we do for the rest of the day. So just a quick reminder, as we've said, pause in racing for the next half an hour until we get an announcement on what we're going to do. But as we're getting crews off the water, or if you've already got crews off the water and you've got boats around the boat park, you need to tie all boats down, tied down preferably to a trailer or a rack rather than just onto a trestle. So boats on trailers or on racks, tied down so that we don't have any disasters, especially this early in the season. There are a few schools around who can tell you that is not ideal to happen early on in the season after a couple of weeks ago. So please make sure that everything's tied down and being prepared for any further wind gusts if it does get worse. And we'll let you know what's going on as soon as we have an update for you.
We're there. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the president of the jury. We have cancelled racing for half an hour, and we will make a further decision within the next 20 minutes as to what will happen. In the meantime, please can you make sure that your boats are 100% secured, that your trailers are chocked and not going to blow away as happened a couple of weeks ago, and that you, if you're not under your tents, that you drop them so that we don't have any damage or any flying debris while we make the decision. And we'll get back to you as soon as we can, probably within the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have all of the head coaches in the bottom of the tower, finish tower, as quickly as possible? We have made a decision. We wish to run it past the head coaches, but there will be some racing this afternoon. So head coaches, please, as quickly as you can to the tower, and we'll run through what we're proposing. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we do have an update on racing for the rest of the day. All 1,000 metre races will be cancelled, and we will be redrawing the regatta for racing to start at 1 p.m. A new draw will be available at about 12:30, and we will keep letting you know once we've got more updates on how we're running this afternoon. But all 1,000 metre racing is cancelled. For coaches, all 2,000 metre racing will go ahead, but the decision to withdraw is on you and the competency of your athletes. There are no penalties for withdrawing. There will be no fine for scratching. But that is a decision of clubs and schools and coaches based on competency if you feel the need to withdraw your athletes this afternoon. So ladies and gentlemen, just another quick update. The Year 8 racing from this morning in the heats, we will be awarding first, second and third gold, silver and bronze medals based on the heats from this morning. So the top 3 from each of those heats will be treated as a division, and first place in each of those heats will get a gold, silver, bronze, etc. We will run some presentations for those hopefully before racing gets underway, so please stay tuned. But Year 8s who are dual medal, maybe just hang around a little bit longer. We will hopefully run some presentations shortly.
Good morning, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, families and friends. Just a quick announcement that at 12 p.m. we'll be awarding first, second and third based on places in heat for the Year 8 Schoolboys and Schoolgirls quads. Again, repeating that, at 12 p.m. we'll be awarding first place, second place and third place based on the heat results for the Year 8 Schoolboy and Schoolgirl quad races. Coaches will be checking rowing manager. Please make sure your squads are ready near the podium sometime near 11:50 or 12 o'clock, which will take place in roughly 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you for your attention.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get underway shortly with some presentation of medals for the Year 8 heats that ran earlier on today. So if you're in a Year 8 Schoolgirl, Schoolboy quad that's finished first, second or third in your heats earlier this morning, please make your way over to the grandstand so that we can present some medals, please. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a updated draw for 1 p.m. onwards, now live on the Rowing New South Wales website. First events at 1 p.m. will be the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls, the heats of that, then Schoolgirl 4, Schoolboy Quads, and Schoolgirl Quads. So those are the first events that are live on the website. Please have a look and we can get ready to race in about an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get underway with our presentation of medals. First up, race 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. So we've got first and second only in this first one. Second place, silver medalists, Canberra Girls Grammar, Zara Watts, Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Isabella Campbell, the crew coxed by Rebecca Elisha. And medals being presented by Ryder Taylor, World Championship bronze medalist at the World Beach Sprints Championships a couple of weeks ago. First place and gold medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, Abby Kane, Macy Palmer, coxed by Lucy Giblin, coached by Jess Lenahan. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Division 1 Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Presenting third place, bronze medalist only, Loretto Normanhurst, Maddie Hunt, Mia Hill, Poppy McAuliffe, Camilla DePetro, and Cox Zoe Anderson, crew coached by Daniel Waddell and Polly Sargent.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for Race 8, Heat 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In second place, St Catherine's School, represented by Ava Van Manen, Chloe Gardner, Chloe Anthony, Sarah Smith, and their coxswain Charlotte Moore. St Catherine's are coached by Sophie Castellas. Winners and gold medalists, Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot, Alice Bondietti, Jessica Murphy, Memphis Lynham, coxed by Madison Auger. Please put your hands together and congratulate your winners and silver medalists in Heat 6 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for Race 7, Heat 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Third place and bronze medalist, Loretto Normanhurst, Harriet Granger, Elsie Vile, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang, Emily Boone, and crew coached by Polly Sargent and Daniel Waddell. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our bronze medalist, Loretto Normanhurst. We'll have the presentation of medals for race 6, heat 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 quad scull. In second place and silver medalist, St Catherine's, Abigail Webber, Phoebe Rowan, Georgina Moylan, Lucy Brown, crew coxed by Harlow Jones, coached by Sam Fennessy. And in first place and gold medalist, Canberra Girls Grammar. It's Imogen McDowell, Clara Duke, Olivia Smith, Irene Lee, and Cox Georgina Banks. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in heat 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 3, heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. In second place, silver medalists Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Lexi Eagleton, Samara Chung, Vivian Shen, and Zara Pai. The crew is coxed by Cordelia Valentine. In first place, recipients of gold medals, Loretto Normanhurst. Loretto Normanhurst are represented by Ada Golding, Lily Sam, Ebony Bornstein, and Nikita Duff. Crew is coxed by Ashley Saba, and coached by Christopher McCarthy and Jessica Lenehan. Please put your hands together and congratulate your winners and medalists for race 3, heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 10, the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. The medals to be presented by Ryder Taylor and Sophia Whiteman, members of the Australian Beach Sprint Rowing Team. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Canberra Grammar. Canberra are represented by Alexander Ahmed, Oliver Carmody, Romeo Bailey, Gavin Suey, and their cox, Mac Bottrell. In third place, representing Canberra Grammar as well, Darian Tattersall, Hugo Meeby, Xander Smith, and James Reed, coxed by Lucas Yao. And in first place, gold medalists, Cranbrook. Cranbrook are represented by Toby Williams, Peter Damianos, Joshua McLeish, and Oscar Lapinus. Their coxswain, Felix Evans, coached by William Wright. Please put your hands together for your medalists and winners in the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 11, the second heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Canberra Grammar. Canberra Grammar are represented by Elijah Breeden, Henry Nichols, Willem Grimland, Patrick Deegwid, and their coxswain, Kevin Wang. In first place, recipients of gold medals, Cranbrook. Cranbrook are represented by Jackson Barclay, Hugo Lane, Blake Heckers, Ralph Simmons. Their coxswain is Arlo Pollock. Please congratulate the winners and medalists for Heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 12, the third heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Canberra Grammar, represented by Caleb Edel, Max Millen, Benjamin Maltby, Benjamin Latham, and their coxswain, Cameron Joyner. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Barker College. Barker are represented by Harrison Simmons, Hugo Gosby, Sam Lance, Lachlan Gidley Baird, and their coxswain, Harry Zhu. In first place, recipients of gold medals, Hunter Valley Grammar. Hunter Valley Grammar are represented by William Ryan, Casper Williamson, Finn Carey, Elhanya Sabuya, and Emma Purdy. Please congratulate your champions and medalists for Heat 3 of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long couple of hours without racing as we sort out our afternoon program in relation to the weather. A big thank you to the very hard-working boat race officials and all the staff at Rowing New South Wales who have been walking around looking a little bit stressed the last couple of hours as we figure out if we can, in fact, go racing again and give some people a chance to get down the course once or twice this afternoon. And we have managed to sort out a program. It is still pretty wild out there, and accordingly, quite a few crews have withdrawn from the rest of the regatta, so we'll try and bring that to you as accurately as we can throughout the afternoon. We will get underway shortly with the Year 10, Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quads, with a couple of crews down at the start. It will be heats of this event, the fastest times through to the finals. So we are just being told we're missing a few, because a few people have gone home, understandably, we're missing a few volunteers to man the timing huts this afternoon. So if that does make a big difference to us here in the commentary box, it makes a big difference to everyone looking back on their results and really helps everyone get the most out of the regatta. So if you're hanging around waiting to watch your son or daughter race, or brother or sister or whoever, if you're hanging around and you'd like one of the best seats in the house to watch the racing from the timing huts and help us put this regatta together this afternoon, please head on up to the finish tower, make yourself known to the Rowing New South Wales staff, and we'll organise for you to get run down to some of the timing huts and help us get some information to bring you these fantastic pictures on the live stream and some up-to-date commentary and some up-to-date results. So if you're interested, if you're around this afternoon doing nothing and you want a nice sheltered, undercover, semi-indoor spot in the commentary box, or in the timing hut rather, not in the commentary box, we're all good up here, please make yourself known to the Rowing New South Wales staff, and we'll get you down there to help out. We'd greatly, greatly appreciate it.
Well, thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. If you are out here at the Regatta Centre braving the conditions or joining us on the live stream, as Chris said earlier, we'll try and bring you as much of the racing action as we can this afternoon. Looks as though we are going to have a start shortly in race 73, first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. Some fantastic vision coming through on the live stream or on the big screen if you're out here at the Regatta Centre. You can see just how perilous these conditions are down at the starting blocks. And as the officials have conveyed throughout the course of today, we aren't going to have held starts. So certainly challenging for the crews and the officials down the eastern end of the Regatta Park.
Yeah, of course, with the westerly winds, those waves that are seen a few little white caps, not quite, but and that's blowing up against the starting pontoons, it is a little bit tricky to have people lying down holding boats and pushing the boats back into the wind. So I think we're looking like we're going to have sort of just free starts like we would at the 1K, but just sort of manually aligning the crews now. We've got 3 crews contesting this first heat. PLC Sydney in the centre of the course there. We've got some slightly different crews to what we have on the draw here. And it's the Sydney girls crew on the near side, PLC Sydney, and then on the far side with the number 1 on their bow, Newcastle Grammar. So the draw that I've got in front of me is right. We're missing a few scratchings. So Newcastle Grammar on the far side. So this is the second heat of the Year 10 quads. So Newcastle Grammar on the far side, Sophie Whalen, Elliot Munro, Alison Capano, Charlotte Blackmore, Tiffany Peritet. PLC Sydney in the centre of the course there with the number 4 on their bow That's Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Katrina Volandis, Scarlett Askew and Lola Britt, the coxswain. And Sydney Girls High, who we're just seeing on the far side, the yellow blades there of Evelyn Shue, Melody Song, Eliza Oberd, Harper Kepi, Enyi Annabelle Cock, the coxswain, coached by Cam Ogilvie, Mihu Johnson, Tal Lewis. And a good race between those two at the moment, it looks like. On the far side of the course there, on the other side of the camera boat, we did have Newcastle Grammar look to get away very well indeed, which is very important in conditions like this, because if you can get out of sight, out of mind, it's going to be pretty tricky for someone to put on a challenge into this heavy, heavy headwind conditions.
Crews are just approaching the 250, or passing through the 250 metre mark, I should say. And Chris looks pretty hairy out there, the conditions. Probably like rowing through mud to a certain extent, but certainly valuable challenge for each of these crews on the course, just to test themselves and to push themselves up against the conditions and hopefully put them in good stead for the rest of the season as well.
And of course we are still running these as heats and finals, so these girls will get another shot down the course in what we can only hope is some slightly better conditions later on this afternoon. Just ignore the timing graphic if you're one of the 205 people joining us on the live stream. We're just getting that sorted. Obviously, plenty of changes going on with the draw and the crews that are out there racing. So it is Newcastle Grammar there, who are leading through the first timing point, making their trip down from the Hunter well and truly worth it, and leading by a pretty commanding margin at the first timing point from Sydney Girls in lane 6, and then PLC there just a couple of lengths back with Katarina Volandis on board, which is the daughter of Peter Volandis. So Peter, if you're joining us and recovering from the spring racing season, you're here for a slightly different change of pace to the races that you're normally at, but I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Newcastle Grammar making the best of things at the moment. It's the crew in lane 1, comprised of Sophie Whalen, Elliot Munro, Alison Capano and Charlotte Blackmore. And their cox, Tiffany Perrottet. And notwithstanding the conditions, Chris, they're actually making this look relatively tidy. And of course, one challenge for the athletes out there this afternoon is making sure the blades enter the water as quickly as possible this afternoon, and any afternoon, of course. But the challenge today is going to be contending with the wind and the blades being caught just before the blades are entered into the water. But this Newcastle Grammar School doing a good job of making sure their catches are as clean as possible.
Yeah, certainly. And when things are running a little bit slower, it's more important to really be accelerating through the water, really picking up that stroke cleanly and then trying to add to it as much as possible. When the boat's going a lot quicker, you can kind of front load the stroke a bit more and get on the power a little bit quicker, but it's a real squeezing sort of motion when you're in these headwind conditions. And Newcastle Grammar have done really well to, whether this suits their rowing style or they've been told to adapt things to suit in these conditions. Either way, Coach Jack Hanley, obviously a former New South Wales lightweight oarsman himself, as is my co-commentator here, and has done a very good job in coaching these girls to get the best out of these conditions. It's fairly even across the lanes in terms of the wind. It's maybe slightly better on this side of the course, on the northern side of the course. The wind is kind of trending sort of west-northwesterly. So maybe slightly more shelter on this side, but it's fairly even across the course. So if there is a tougher lane, Newcastle Grammar are in it at the moment, but this combination doing really well. The other thing to mention is that Year 10, this is their first year of doing 2,000 metre racing. I don't think I've seen Newcastle Grammar down here so far this season. So this might be the first 2K race for these girls. And they're probably thinking, wow, it's a lot longer than 1K. It's certainly going to feel like a big change from what they're used to if their last race was 1K. I don't think they're doing 2K races up on the Hunter.
Well, we talk a lot about that transition between the junior years in the quads, 1,000 metre racing, to Year 10 and onwards over 2,000 metres. And of course, if these athletes are competing in the club competition in under 17, that transition from 1,000 metre racing to 2,000 metre racing, it really is a big difference, and it's a different game, a different skill set, and certainly it's a learned skill to exert energy over a 2,000 metre period as opposed to a 1,000 metre period. So plenty of learnings today, but it'll feel particularly shocking today with the headwind and with the amount of time that this race is going to run for each of these crews.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've come on a long way from, I think, when both of us were rowing juniors, the girls in Year 10 and under 17s raced over 1,500 metres.
Yes.
And we were the only state that did that back then, but it's certainly a really positive change for them all to be rowing over 2,000 metres, as they should be. And although these girls might be wishing they were rowing over 1,500 metres, they'd be done by now. They are, of course, these races, we're saying 2,000 metres, closer to 1,920 metres, I reckon, with the held starts, well, 1,950 metres or so, the held starts that we're doing. So I think we're still just figuring out which race we're on with the timing. This is, looking at the crews in it, is race 74, which maybe runs slightly out of order. Spare a thought for the coaches on the bikes too. It is tough going into the headwind at Cirque on the bikes on the towpath. Maybe not quite as tough as rowing into it, but if you've got a few races as a coach this afternoon, you'll feel it in the legs tonight.
And certainly a hot wind blowing through the Regatta Centre as well, 31 degrees.
Yeah, it's like a hairdryer out there.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
If you're joining us from the comfort of your living room, 220 good people joining us on YouTube, you've certainly got the best seat in the house.
Indeed, and the crew's approaching the 1750 metre mark now, I should say. It's Newcastle Grammar still in the lead, but certainly eaten up on that lead is the Sydney Girls crew in lane 6. done really well just to keep themselves within QE of that Newcastle Grammar crew in the lead. One of the things that this crew in lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar has done really well throughout this race, Chris, and in these trying conditions, is to keep their hands moving around the back end of the stroke to ensure that the boat doesn't get bogged down around the finish, and they're just lifting their rate of striking into the final 100 metres or so of this race and looking very competent as they do that. The wind has probably dropped very slightly and has maybe sheltered a little bit on that far side of the course. And this crew from Newcastle Grammar looking really comfortable as they come into the last little bit of this race. It's going to be a win for Newcastle Grammar, who takes the first win of the afternoon on the rejigged program. So congratulations. It's a fantastic effort in these conditions. Win goes to Newcastle Grammar in lane 1. Second place, well, it's looking as though it will go the way of Sydney Girls High School, Evelyn Chu, Melody Song, Eliza Obert and Harper Ketty. Their coxswain, Enya Annabelle Koch. And just contending with some wind gusts there. Sydney Girls complete the second heat, or race 74 I should say, out of lane 6. Claim second position. And of course we're waiting for the PLC Sydney out of lane 4. Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Katrina Volandis, and Scarlett Askew and their coxswain Lola Britt. And that PLC crew doing really well to contend with these conditions. Probably about 150 metres to travel. And congratulations to PLC Sydney in lane 4, finalising race 74, the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got what we think now is race 74 in front of us. We had, we called a few things slightly off in that first race. So this race 4 is currently being led by the PLC Sydney crew that we were calling in the previous race. So Graves, Lee, Volandis and Askew, coxed by Britt. And that's looks like Roseville in front of us, who are showing us scratched on our draw, but we'll get there. We'll figure this out. Thank you for bearing with us. It's certainly not Sydney Girls crew. So it looks to be Canberra Girls from Roseville from Kinross. It's the Kinross Wallaroi crew there of Orr, Miller, Haler, Williams, Caro. And Canberra Grammar on the far side of the course. In lane 2, Morrow, Seraphim, Bill, Digweed, Mukherjee, the coxswain, and the second Kinross crew. St Cath's and the second Kinross crew. It is certainly, this race 74, it is looking like PLC Sydney. Consult my draw where I have scratched out a bunch of names, but we'll go back to this one. There's PLC Sydney here, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Katarina Volandis, Scarlett Askew and Lola Britt, the coxswain, who are a commanding Clearwater lead here in this second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Scull from Roseville in the centre of the course.
An impassioned coxing effort coming from this PLC Sydney crew. Lola Britt, the coxswain seat, urging her crew on in the final stages of this race. And that PLC crew looking very strong now in the final stages, Chris.
Absolutely. Maybe slightly evaded conditions between the races. Things are changing race to race, but this PLC Sydney crew can see the passion coming out of Lola Britt, the coxswain. Elated with that win. Hands up, big hug, and a high five. Love it. Reminds me of James Rook winning the King's Cup.
Albeit for the wrong state. But
albeit for the wrong state, but yeah, it was impressive nonetheless. And Roseville across in second place. We think that's the crew of Jasmine Coker, Cassie Gracie, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins and Libby Atkinson there. So Kinross across in third there, with the 7 on the bow number, but so I'm assuming that would be the crew of Anna Orr, Madeline Miller, Millie Haler, Charlotte Williams and Sophie Caro, the coxswain, coached by Benny Watt. MLC in fourth. The second PLC Sydney crew. Don't know where the second PLC Sydney crews come from because we're all over the place here in the Year 10 Cox Quad. Basically got crews from all the races just coming down when we can get them down. We've consolidated some of the heats.
So, ladies and gentlemen, race 77, Schoolgirl 4 underway. And passing through the 1,500 metres in a short while. This big screen out here at the Regatta Centre or on the live stream. It's the crew from St Catherine's out of lane 7. Genevieve Links, Evie Lloyd, Phoebe Sherrod, Ashley Innes. Their coxswain is Zinnia Shu, and they're coached by John Keogh and Luca Roncolato. The crew is out of lane 7 on the near side of the course.
So first final for a little while, or the only final we've got for a little while. We'll have the heats of the Schoolgirl quads coming up after this one, or Schoolboy and Schoolgirl quads rather. But just 3 crews in this final, so only 2 medals up for grabs. And it is, we believe, on the nearest side of the course here in lane 9. That's Loretto Normanhurst. We're just debating. We've got a few scratches, not quite all lining up with the draw, but Loretto Normanhurst. Paddy Boland, Poppy Russell, Matilda Cronin, Juliette Mason and Adele Simon, the Cox, coached by Hannah Cowart, who are making the best of things in the Schoolgirl 4. The 4 is certainly a tough one to be racing in conditions like this, and they don't really get out and train in the 4 particularly much, but Paddy Boland there in the stroke seat, or not in the stroke seat, looks like in the 3 seat, out of the junior women's double from this year. Finishing the B final with Lucy Yabsley at the World Championships. Caught up with Ollie Klotz, their coach, earlier this morning as well. Did a great job taking them over there. And she's now doing a great job here in this Schoolgirl 4 alongside Juliette Mason, Poppy Russell, Matilda Cronin and Adele Simon. Hannah Cowart, very pleased looking coach on the bank. It is Loretto Normanhurst to take the win there in the Schoolgirl 4. St Catherine's, Genevieve Links, Evie Lloyd, Phoebe Sherrod, Ashley Innes and Zinnia Shu, the coxswain, coached by John Keogh and Luca Roncolato. And they will take the silver medal in the Schoolgirl Cox 4. And then Loretto Kirribilli over on the far side of the course there. I wouldn't say there's much difference between the lanes, would you, Michael?
Well, it's hard to tell. The wind's changing
race to race.
Race to race, and even throughout the races, the gusts are changing direction. But no, I tend to agree. There's probably a relatively even advantage across each of the lanes at the moment. Loretto Kirribilli over the far side. It's coming in the final several strokes of their race. They've lifted their rate of striking. It's looking a little bit heavy through the water for that Loretto crew, but have finished with a flourish. That's Gemma Ronan, Millie Fallon, Sarah Holt, Charlie Reeves, and Lucy Karamanian, their cocks. Their coaches are Patrick Mainsbridge and Tessa Harris.
And I think with that final, we'll have them come in for the presentations in a minute, but we'll have a slight change in the commentary for a little bit while we get underway. The next race will be Heat 1 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. It looks like we have almost a full field, 7 crews possibly out there. Maybe 6. So I'm just missing Marist College and Redlands from this one. So 6 crews out there in the heats of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull.
Race 78 on the course. The first heat of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. And it's a race that's relatively well attended, as far as we can tell up here, Chris. Lane 1 is Canberra Grammar School. Lane 2, Kinross Walleroy. Looks as though we've got a scratching from Redlands in lane 3. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 5, Cranbrook. Lane 6, Redlands. Lane 7, Kinross Walleroy. And lane 8, Marist College ACT. So, looks to me as though it could be Cranbrook in the middle there, Chris, with the yellow caps on board.
I would say Cranbrook, Oscar Auden, Christopher Vlahos, James Campbell, Henry Dawson, Owen Moody, coached by Matthew Roach. Those distinctive fluorescent caps, who are doing the best of things at this stage of the race. These conditions might not faze them, with Cranbrook, I think, still exclusively really training on, or at least during the week, training on Rose Bay.
Yes.
And training in coastal shells, something we'll chat about very shortly, some coastal rowing. But yeah, so these conditions possibly not quite phasing them as much as the other crews. Marist College we thought it was Marist College we're missing. I reckon it's, I'll let you know who we're missing, but that is certainly the stripes of Marist College. Oscar Sprett, Ethan Williamson Bell, Fraser Smith, Bailey Marr and Finlay Gilfin. Completely changed quad, or at least their second quad. You see some momentum with that program after a trip over to Henley Royal Regatta this year, and really throwing it to Cranbrook there. So a little bit of a look out from the Cranbrook stroke seat. I believe that would be Henry Dawson. Have a little bit of a look out to his left. Redlands are coming at him strong as well. So it's Marist chasing Cranbrook. Cranbrook with the ascendancy, and I think they have possibly done enough. They'll take the last 2 or 3 strokes into the line here. Cranbrook from Marist from Redlands. And it is going to be Cranbrook. We'll hang on by a boat length from Marist College. Coming up the Hume from the ACT here and really showing it to the local crews. And Redlands in 3rd place in this first heat of the Schoolboy quad. Some reasonably tight mud, probably the tightest margins we've seen in a little while in these conditions. So a good showing from those crews out here battling the conditions. And surely some good racing to come in the finals later on this afternoon. The first Kinross crew, Jones, Hunt, Zinger, Robinson and Grinter. The coxswain crossing the line there for 4th. And the second Kinross crew of Austin Cutter, Jackson Davis, Harper Shaw, George Hunt, Tom Hallahan, the cox, also coached by Andrew Gannon crossing the line there. And then it will be the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar, Oscar Wilson, Anders Leonard, Jesse Ogle, Oscar Powell, Kate Lonergan, the cox, who will round out this first heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 77, the Schoolgirl 4. In 2nd place, recipients of silver medals, St. Catherine's School. St. Catherine's are represented by Genevieve Links, Evie Lloyd, Phoebe Sherrod, Ashley Innes, and their coxswain, Zinnia Shu. St. Catherine's are coached by John Keogh and Luca Roncolato. In 1st place, and gold medalists, Loretto Normanhurst. Loretto Normanhurst are represented by Patricia Boland, Poppy Russell, Matilda Cronin, Juliet Mason. Their coxswain is Adele Simon. Loretto Normanhurst coached by Hannah Cowop. Please congratulate your winners and the medalists for the Schoolgirl 4 in race 77. So back on the competition lake, race 79 is bearing down upon us, Chris, and we've got some good flow up now with the racing being delayed for so long. But for the moment, it is race 79, the second heat of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2 is Redlands, lane 3 Hunter Valley Grammar School, lane 4 Kinross Walleroy, lane 5 Marist College, lane 6 is a crew from St Augustine's, and in lane 7 is Cranbrook.
Yeah, good battle here in the now the first quads. So that previous race was mostly second and third ranked quads within the schools, and this being the top boats. Marist College streaking away to a potential victory here. They'll be very pleased with this to get one over Kinross Walleroy, who have really been their rivals the last couple of years. They've been trading blows on who's got rights to the national record in this event over the last couple of years, and it's state champs and the last couple of years, and at nationals, I think. So nationals, Marist took that record, and both of their top quads headed over to the Henley Royal Regatta. A couple of those boys remaining now, but
just have a look at this race. It's unfolding for the minor placings here, though, Chris. You've got St Augustine's in lane 6, Kinross in lane 4, and that's the crew from Redlands in lane 2, all battling for it. But Marist College out of lane 5, well, they have got both hands on the win here in race 79. It's an ascendant victory from them. The second place is going to go the way of St Augustine's by the looks of things. And back a short distance to Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, who claimed third, and then back to Redlands in lane 2. In fourth place, Cranbrook in lane 7, claim fifth place, and Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 3 in sixth place.
So a quick change in the commentary as we're getting underway with the first heats of the Schoolgirl Quad Sculls, as Michael McRae goes and rests the vocal cords for a few races. And I'm joined in the commentary box by World Beach Sprints bronze medalist, Sophia Whiteman, City University Boat Club. Let's turn off our radio for our boat race officials who are doing a great job out there battling the conditions. Welcome to the commentary box, Soph.
Thanks. Nice day to be here, very windy, good
yeah,
conditions.
Not the best conditions, but hopefully we can provide a little bit of extra entertainment. Wanted to ask you a few questions and have a chat about beach sprints in general. It's a new event for the LA Olympics. Sort of start chronologically with the season. So this was your first season doing any beach sprint stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you were kind of racing under 23 stuff throughout the season. How did that sort of transition come about at the end of the domestic season into trialling and getting onto the Australian team?
Yeah, so beach sprint pretty much started back in around April. I remember some of the boys, I was actually at gym, and Paddy Holt was like, oh, you should go try beach sprint, and trials for the beach sprint team were the end of that week. So yeah, popped down to Narrabeen for trials. My first time in the boat was the afternoon before our first trialing started, but no, it was good fun, good atmosphere, heaps of people there giving it a go. So it was very encouraging just to get out there and have a go. If it didn't work out, that's like fine. It was just fun to be there. So no, it was really good. And then from there, progressed through the trialing and yeah, ended up in Turkey in the mixed quad. So it was really good.
So for the people who don't know tons about the beach sprints, just tell us about how the sort of format works, what events are in the Olympics, what is it? Tell us about what it is.
So beach sprint's very dynamic and fast paced, a little bit cutthroat as well. So it starts off with a sprint into the boat, and then from there you jump in, you slalom out through about 250 meters of buoys, and then turn around, either do a time trial turn or a sharp 180 turn, head back into the beach and then sprint up the sand to hit the buzzer. There'll be the male and female singles at the Olympics, as well as a mixed double, which is really exciting going forward. And then there's also the mixed quad, but that's only at the World Champs. And then the racing format's pretty much a time trial to kick everything off, and then from there you're seeded into knockout rounds, where you'll pretty much knock everyone out and end up with the top 2 in the A final, and battle it out for the medals.
Yeah, so it ends up being a match racing format.
Yeah. Very quickly ends up getting eliminated if you end up losing. There's no really second chances, but no, it's much more energetic and fast paced, so it's very exciting.
So are you thinking now this is what you're going to stick with the next few years, or are you thinking, I've done this, but I really want to be on the, I don't know if you're still under 23s this year? No, I really want to be making the sort of flat water team, or is this kind of just keep in touch with everything and see what sort of falls your way?
Yeah, I think keep in touch with everything. I loved both of them. I really love flat water rowing. I think it's great. I've done that since year 8. But coastals was pretty incredible and had heaps of fun there. So don't really know. I think I'll just stick at both and keep having a go at them and see what happens.
And you've had a couple of races back sort of this season post boat race?
Yeah, I had boat race and uni sport nationals. Oh, yeah. But both of them were right before we left, so I've only been back for like a week and a half.
Yeah. Right, cool. Oh yeah, of course. I'm all over the place. But do you think, having done the sort of coastal training in between and then jumping back into the flat water boat, obviously there's a lot of differences. The boat's completely different. The sort of way you row is a little bit sort of different. It's a longer race and all the rest of it. But is there anything that you can really take from the coastal rowing into your, I don't like the term classic rowing, but I think that's what it's being called, into your flat water or your classic rowing?
Yeah, look, I think pretty much everything goes between both, with the mentality and just like having a red hot crack. I think definitely with the energeticness and cutthroat bit of the coastal rowing, especially being a bit more dynamic with the sprinting skills, definitely try and take that into flat water and give that a good go. I think that might assist me off the race start, hopefully, being a little bit faster, but you never know. Yeah. So, yeah.
We'll just give a quick update on, there is still racing going on. We're not just filling time. So the first heat of the Schoolgirl quads, we just had the Schoolboy quads coming down. First of, we've got 4 heats on the draw, but things are kind of being consolidated and turned around on the fly with all the scratchings that we had. So the first heat looks to me like there are 4 crews on the course. It looks to me like that is Pymble Ladies over in lane 3 on the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4. Kinross Wallaroy, I'm seeing some Blue Blades somewhere, and I reckon that's MLC on the near side of the course, so maybe no Tara. So 4 crews there, and at the moment, or if I just read the results in front of me, it would tell me exactly who's there. So Pymble Ladies leading fairly comfortably over Kinross Wallaroy, Redlands and Tara at this stage of the race. So just through the 1,250 metre mark, we're seeing the advantage that Pymble has over Kinross there. The Pymble girls, Erin O'Kane, Caitlin Bilney, Amber Eisenhower, Lucy Simpson, Eloise Jenkins leading over Redlands. I would presume that is Matilda Hugman, Francesca Richardson, Catherine Budden, Georgina Hurley and Lily Van Hulsen, the coxswain. I was having a good chat on, I'll give it a plug, I haven't given it a plug yet, on our podcast, Rowing Down Under, with my co-host Stuart John, who was lucky enough to be over at the Beach Sprint Champs commentating. And he was really talking up just the vibe and the real festival sort of atmosphere. DJs and people partying on the beach and everything. Tell us a little bit about that. What was it sort of like there compared to a normal regatta like this?
It was a pretty cool environment and atmosphere. I think the beach that we were on in Turkey, it was in Antalya, and that's known for having big resorts. So on either side of the course was massive resorts with all the lilos and the sun chairs out. So a lot of people just on the beach were watching. But also in coastals, we share boats with everyone. So there was about 6 quads, I think, that got shared between everyone. So you're down there and you're pretty much with your competitors all the way till you're on the water and on your own. So it's definitely a lot closer. Everyone's willing to give a helping hand and help you set everything up. So no, it's very, very nice atmosphere. But yeah, DJ, the beach, I think it can't get much better than that.
Pretty good way to introduce people to the sport, I guess, or entice maybe a slightly different sort of crowd. Where do you think our sort of crop of beach sprints athletes are going to come from? Because there's a bit of a partnership with Surf Lifesaving to try and get surf boat rowers in, but I don't think we've seen that really come to fruition just yet. Am I right? There wasn't anyone on
the... Yeah. Well, like Phoebe and Oscar are both surf boaters. And I think Blake is also a surf boat rower. So probably half the team also do surf boats, but most of us have also all done flat water. And kind of met halfway.
Because they all sort of started as flat water and have done surf boats, which is a pretty common thing for people sort of...
Leave school.
School, or maybe do a couple of years of rowing, probably around your age out of 23s, and go, right, well, I'll just have a crack at sort of surf boats. And you see coastal as maybe being an alternative to that, or is it going to just coexist and be alongside?
I think maybe a little bit more alongside. I think there'll definitely be some overlap, but in coastal there is a bit of a restriction to the waves that we're allowed to race in and the environment. So it's not quite as big as the surf boats where they are in whopping waves. We have a little bit of a cap on the swell. I think it's about 1 or 2 meters and we're not allowed to race in that. But
some of the conditions in surf boat row is frankly terrifying.
Yeah.
it's its own beast.
It is, but we've got Pimble coming down now, nearing the line.
So I would say, looks like that's Erin O'Kane, Caitlin Bilney, Amber Eisenhower, Lucy Simpson, Eloise Jenkins. The other 3 crews in the race, MLC, another Pimble crew, and MLC. And as they get a bit closer, and I can see some bow numbers, I'll be able to figure out exactly who they are. So I reckon this MLC crew leading would be Nicola Keast, Clementine Hendricks, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Jemima Blake, Alana Ang the Cox, coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Meisel, who are leading the Pimble crew with a bow number 3 on, which is probably Zara Kinnaburra, Saskia Alexander, Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, Emily Bartrop, Coxon. So just as, and then we've got another MLC crew who are really struggling with the wind there. It's just started to pick up again. It is certainly gusty. We're seeing not the most consistent conditions. Just as background for why I'm sort of guessing that we were meant to have 4 heats of this. They've been consolidated sort of off the draw. So we're kind of searching around trying to figure out who's who at the moment. So I believe there will be another. So I get a text saying that we're operating off a revised draw. So I'll bring up my computer and see see if there's something on the website for me to mention. It's not all quite lining up just yet. Tell me, Soph, about the sharing the boats, because I know the double had some equipment issues. I don't know exactly what, but tell me about how that process works, because it's obviously in everyone's best interest to not be doing anything untoward or anything, but it's also, the senior team have a boatman that travels with them around Europe. You don't really have that sort of same thing, right?
No, we're a very small team. So there was only 9 athletes, and then we had 3 support staff with us, or 4 support staff, sorry. 2 were our coaches who would also double as our boat handlers. So our boat handlers, pretty much, they're the ones that are allowed into marshalling with us, and at the boat, they'll give us a push or set it up while we're all trying to jump in.
So they're standing pretty much knee deep in the water, holding the boat while you sprint, or while your cox sprints out.
Yeah, pretty much holding it stable, because all of us start in the water. We were a bit lucky or unlucky, I don't really know what you'd think, but it was very deep, the water in Antalya, so our bow pair got to start in the boat, and only stern pair had to jump in because it was too deep. But yeah, the boat handlers are in there and they try and set everything up for us, but we also go in and just double check that everything's in the position, because you get about 10 minutes to change your feet, your gate, seat, everything, make sure there's not sand and shells and rocks stuck in everything, but a lot of the time there is. So I think you can be a little bit unlucky and things can go wrong. Screws might not be as tight as you'd hope. But also with the running in aspect, I feel like you're charging at a boat full speed. If you hit your seat, it comes off and you might miss a shoe, or you put your foot in and the foot plate just slides off the end of the rails. I think it can be a bit unfortunate, but there's as much as you can do to make sure that stuff doesn't happen, but sometimes it does.
Yeah, so there's probably enough at play that the little equipment sort of things is maybe not the be all and end all of that. They're all Philippe's, aren't they? Or
either
Swifts.
Swifts or Philippe's, I
Right.
believe. I think over there it was just Swift. I don't entirely remember. I know the quads were just Swift though.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I saw some of the Philippe's out here today. They've certainly come a long way the last couple of years, the coastal boats, now that it is an Olympic sport. Is all of that sort of procedural stuff around the sharing the boats and everything, and the way that it's all run, is that all fairly set in stone now? Do you know about, because it's obviously developing as its own discipline towards the LA Games, or is World Rowing still looking at how they can improve it?
I'm not entirely sure about all the formatting and the runnings, but I do hope that it stays as a sport that we do share a lot of things. I think that really helps the atmosphere, and it does add an element of stress, but I think going in there and sharing everything, it's quite nice. There's a lot more countries that can then be involved as well. Heaps of the countries at coastals aren't ones that you'd find at classic rowing, so I think that's really exciting to have more people and more involvement.
Yeah, well, it was kind of the whole point was that it's very expensive. Rowing as a sport's very expensive. If you're hosting an Olympics, building a facility like this is very expensive. That's why no one's done it since London. Really, was the last time that we had a dedicated built course. It was Rio. Tokyo was not really a dedicated built course, but it was mostly pretty good. It's just windy. Yeah, really since London, because that was privately built, not by a state or a federal government or anything. So it's a very expensive sport and very expensive to host at the Olympics. So anyone with a beach really should be able to host it. Yeah.
Put a couple boys out there.
Yeah.
Get a couple tinnies and it's all good.
Yeah. And there's probably some opportunities around getting maybe like public schools or some schools that don't have access to a rowing program of going, hey, like we're going to have a competition and we'll bring the boats and turn up, and you just need to turn up and row. Like there's not much investment for them. They that sort of thing at the school level. I'll tell you what, Soph, is this approaching your 1 or 2 metre swell that you wouldn't be able to row in at coastals?
Look, not quite the swell, but we've definitely raced in winds quite similar, and it has been a challenge. And we're in a very large boat. Our coastal boats are very wide and very heavy, so they sit up much nicer than a flat water boat. So out there would be pretty rough conditions for this schoolgirl racing, but they're doing pretty well. No one's fallen in since I've been here, so that's a positive, but there might have been some this morning.
There were a few just before, and that's why some of the cancellations happened. I think it was getting pretty wild out there on the back lake for the Year 9 quads, so we've taken the less experienced athletes off the water just for today, which is a shame, because this is a great regatta and it's a great format for them, the sort of seeded finals based on the times of the heats. But now in Heat 2,
I think there has been a bit of a mishap at the back of the field. Seems to be the tinny was stuck with a crew out there.
Yeah. Of course, it's really tough to steer in conditions like this as well. And the boat's moving slower, the rudder's not really doing a whole lot for you. No. Tell me about sort of the training and the preparation that goes into coastal, because as I understand, you're not out in the coastal boat every day like you would be in your flat water boat, right?
No, so the programs overlapped a fair bit. I still did a fair bit of flat water rowing in the lead up, but a lot of our erg sessions were very sprinty, fast paced, not much T2 stuff on land. It was, the ergs were pretty hectic, but we'd also do sprint sessions 3 times a week, so running. We had a proper running coach down in Manly, and towards the end of the program we started to do those sessions on sand. And then once or twice a week we'd head out to Narrabeen, which is where our coastal boats are, row up there. But most of our time in the coastal boats is a lot of drills and technical focuses, trying to nail our turns and our slaloms, because they're things that you can't really replicate in your flat water boat or day to day. But yeah, because the boat's so heavy, we don't go for too many long paddles. I think our quad weighs in at about 130 kilos.
Oh, so that's a good 40 kilos more than an 8.
Yes,
for a quad.
It's pretty heavy, so you don't want to be rowing in that for 2 hours a morning. I think you'd have a pretty sore back.
Yep.
So, yeah, but the programs overlapped a fair bit, but a lot more sprinting and higher rate, higher work stuff and coastals.
Yeah. So how was it coming down and doing the boat race after when you were just about ready to go out and do it?
Yeah.
500 metres? 500 metres for coastal. And you came out and did what? 3, 4 Ks?
3.5, 4K the week before I flew out. Yeah, that was a bit of a shock. But you know, we're heading into that time of season where I think most of my crew was quite ready for it, and I was like looking for the finish line a minute in. I was like, I should be nearing, but no, we were just getting started.
It was a bloody good race as well.
The boat race was great.
I mean, being quicker off the start didn't seem to really help. You weren't able to get rid of Melbourne Uni very quickly, but Sydney Uni taking the win in both the men's and the women's boat races on the Yarra River about a month or so ago. October.
Yeah, 19th of October, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, it was great to watch. It was a good broadcast, and yeah, I might have to go out on the ferry that follows it. Next year when it's back in Sydney. I've wanted to go and watch it for a while.
It's a great regatta. Great day of racing.
Yeah, I would generally just like to see more sort of head racing sort of stuff in Australia. I think
the college races were really exciting as well that day. Really? Yeah. So hopefully over the years we might even introduce like some school races to it. I don't really know what should be in the boat race era, but
it's a funny time of year. But if you had the best Victorian crew or the best New South Wales crew coming against each other at the boat race, that'd be great to watch. So just a quick announcement that there will be a pause in racing following this race. So if you're getting ready to get on the water, please just sit tight and hold your horses, and we'll communicate further once we've got a little bit more, but conditions just deteriorating a little bit, meaning we're going to have a pause in racing while we reassess and get a plan together for the rest of the afternoon. But that's timed quite well because you need to get out of here. Soph, what's next for you in the sort of training and racing scheme of things? Not too much more time trial soon?
The time trial, yeah. So that's next week. And then, just see where we go, I guess.
Nice Christmas break.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Soph. We'll have to have you up here again sometime when we get down into the racing season.
Me.
No worries.
See ya.
So across the line there in that second heat, in our last heat before we have a little bit of a pause, was Tara looking elated, hands in the air from the coxswain in the second heat of the Schoolgirl quad, which looks like so that Tara crew would be Hannah Ryan, Kelly Lee, Sydney McCartney, Nicole G, and Mackenzie Track, the coxswain, coached by Laura Burness. Might be the other Tara quad, we'll find out. And then coming down now, that might be, looks like North Sydney girls. So as our last crew, PLC Sydney, come across the line here in this Schoolgirl quad heat. A few mechanical dramas, but a big round of applause for them getting down the course anyway with only 3. It's almost the double cox quad, double cox trod with only 3 rowing. And round of applause from the athlete who was unable to continue rowing, Jessica Burrows it looks to be. Cheering on her crew. So well done to that PLC Sydney crew. Chloe Lau, Jessica Burrows, Willow Swift, Carla Rasika, Isabella McFarlane making their way down the course. And if you missed it earlier, just a reminder, we are going to have a pause in racing just to weigh up our options and see if we can get any racing done this afternoon and how we go about that. So if you are preparing to get on the water for the next races, which aren't scheduled to start for another half an hour or so anyway, but those Schoolboy quads and Year 10 quads, we're just going to hold our horses and wait out for a further update. So as we've got this pause in all racing at the moment, we're requesting that all programs please send your head coach or coaches to the finish tower. So all head coaches to the finish tower, please, to discuss options for the rest of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your patience today. After meeting the boat race officials, it has been decided that we can't continue racing this afternoon for obvious safety reasons. So that will be the conclusion of racing for today for the All Schools Championships. We do apologise for the inconvenience. You know, a lot of people have travelled from literally all corners of the country to be here, but this is the decision we have to make. So just want to thank everyone for coming out here and sticking with us with the patience that you've provided. And a big shout out to all our volunteers and boat race officials who have worked very, very, very hard and very professionally to try and offer us as many racing opportunities as we can, but also with the interest of safety in mind. And they've done an absolutely stellar job today. So if you see the boat race officials around in Penrith this evening, make sure that they're well hydrated, and make sure you say thank you to all of our volunteers and coaches and everyone for hanging around. But that'll be it from us here in the commentary box today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for the Sprint Championships from 8 o'clock.
Bye for now.